Okay. How does this? Oh, mirror my camera. Interesting. Okay. Got a cowboy emoji. Still figuring. Oh, the bots are going. So I have one viewer. You were here, channel lurkers present. Hello, Nathaniel. Yeah, I'm running this in lieu of Morenu Verabenu Jacob, and this is my first time using this application, so forgive me for the technical difficulty. Channel lurker is present. Well, Nathaniel, you should see if I can send you the link to join. Let me see. Okay. Trying the Discord and such. Very, very, very good. Put in the StreamYard link, huh? He sleeps in for an early shift. Okay. Excellent news. I'm all by myself in here. See how this works. Okay. Thanks. I like the idea of me just being in here by myself with four. You have a platform, all the power. My heresy. Wow. I mean, I don't know about my heresy. It's not my own heresy. It's the heresy of my teachers, Friedrich Nietzsche, Carl Jung. Yeah, I like the idea of me being alone in here with like four people just listening to me ramble about something. But you know, what's this? I wonder. Invited guest. Okay. Interesting. I'm just gonna let this thing run. I hope somebody shows up. I'm gonna DM some people. Boom. Boom. Time in Israel. It's 6 in the morning. No. 20 to 6. Boom. Just spamming everybody with the link. As long as it's not Zionism or the Trinity, it's Federici kosher. Nathaniel, that's a good point. Jacob is a very open-minded person. He loves to read. He loves to learn. He likes to talk to people. But when it comes to the Z word, I mean, zero tolerance. I didn't see the link. Did you paste one here? Guess I can do that. I sent one in the Discord too. I love Jacob. Yeah, me too. I mean, he's a friend, teacher, mentor. Nothing but nice things to say about Jacob. Just worth mentioning that when we all have our weak spots, and his is one like positive element of what's going on in Israel right now is that Zionism is actually being spoken about, at least I think in Jewish circles, with some amount of seriousness for the first time in a long time. the kind of like tacit support, that kind of like centrist center left American pro-Israel perspective is, for better or for worse, I think for better, getting it's going to have to evolve. And at least in my lifetime, like I don't remember really a time when Judaism and the Jews and Zionism in Israel were so fresh in people's minds. And I think when the dust settles, it will have been for the best. Um, at the very least, I think the Zionist side, which is, I guess, what I identify with, is going to have to grow up a little, um, which is good. I don't really think that that's bad, right? Obviously, the war is bad, but you know, it was just American Zionism is so stale and unserious and unalive that I kind of welcome a bit of energy, bit of a change. Mm. 5 viewers. So does anybody want to jump on in here, or am I just going to monologue? I'm gonna post this again. So it's Gimel Hanukkah. It's the third night of Hanukkah, Festival of Lights. Festival of Lights, New Testament. It says Jesus celebrate. Yeah, John 10:22. See, I knew the at some point in the New Testament it mentions Jesus celebrating Hanukkah. John is that's kind of weird, right? Like Hanukkah's not in any of the other Gospels. That's kind of crazy, right? Why isn't Hanukkah in Synoptics? Um, we're getting so many weird. Google is not understanding my question. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually do something that I've been doing a lot recently. I was a bit of a hater, but ChatGPT, I think I'm finally coming around on it. It's actually an extremely, extremely powerful tool, and I think it's going to get even smarter. Boom. Hanukkah is not in the Synoptics. The Synoptic Gospels. Explain why that is. See, it's not. Can I share screen? Is that possible? Present. Yeah, I totally can, huh? Share screen. Okay. Can't share my screen right now. It's a shame. Oh, yeah, I can. So, can you guys see that? Add to stage. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Absence of the Hanukkah of the Festival of Lights in the Synoptics. First of all, focus on Jesus' ministry. Okay, it's a little weak. Context and audience. That, if anything, makes the least sense, right? Um, Matthew was a Jew and was written to the Jews, right? Um, this is exactly what it says up here, so weak. And gospel differences, that's vague. This I'm gonna say that was unhelpful. Why would see? Let's just see. Why would Matthew not mention Hanukkah, given that the author was a Jew? Oh my God, same answer. Useless. Absolutely useless. Okay. Fraud with. Let's ask a related question. Why does John mention it? Can we identify the function it serves in his narrative? Perhaps the synoptics don't have the same purpose. Yeah, I'm gonna. What was it? John 10 or something? Yeah, Hanukkah. HuffPo is writing about Jesus and Hanukkah. King James Version, obviously. Festival. Is it not John 10? Did I just misread that? John 10:22. John 10:22. Okay, that's odd. Bible, jeez. Feast of Dedication. I'm sorry, I did not know that this thing was not there. Let me do that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on YouTube on my phone. So let's look at this, right? Oh, it's not showing up. Okay. It's unfortunate. Sorry. Forgive me again with these technical difficulties. Who are these two people in this chat? Fraudwith, do you have any ideas off the top of your head about why it's only in John? We'll look at the writings of Paul in a second. Present, share screen. Oh my God, amazing, amazing. Is that what I want? Yeah. That looks great. Okay, let's try this website. Feast of Dedication. This looks ugly. This looks fine. John 10. I just think it doesn't come into the narrative. John seems to mention it just in passing. Time reference. Yeah, that's a good point. And others say that they were the devil. Can the devil open the eyes of the blind? And it was Jerusalem at the Feast of Dedication. It was winter. Right, but he's in the temple. I told you and believe not. They were to be, but ye believe not, because ye are not. Oh, Jacob! If Jacob knew that I was reading from the King James Version, he would also be, it's one of the big three Jacob no-nos, right? It's like the Trinity, Zionism, and the King James Version. But ye believe not, because ye are not of my sheep. No. Yeah, I guess it's not that big of a deal, right? It's not a big deal that only John mentions it, because he only says it in passing. It's such a messianic holiday, though. Let's try what this thing says again. Give me a better reason why there is no mention of Hanukkah in the first three Gospels. Certainly. Oh my God, this is so wrong. No, my God. You guys reading this answer? It said, Hanukkah, which commemorates the rededication of the Second Temple after the Maccabean revolt in the 2nd century BCE, falls outside the time frame covered by the Synoptic Gospels. These Gospels primarily concentrate on the time when Jesus walked the earth and the immediate events leading up to his ministry, rather than the events from centuries earlier. Therefore, the absence of explicit mention of Hanukkah in this, that is so moronic. They focus on Jesus' life and teachings rather than a particular period. Yeah, I think I don't know. That does not satisfy me. Like, Jewish holidays mentioned in New Testament. I don't know. There's quite a bit of, yeah, okay, obviously Passovers, right? The first fruits are mentioned. It pointed to Shavuos. I don't know. It's it's a messianic holiday. Well, I think every holiday is messianic. Every Jewish holiday has some messianic element. At least in, okay, we need to get off of this ridiculous website. This one looks a little better, I guess. Oh, this looks so corny. Fraudwith said, it's a messianic holiday. Please say more. From my perspective, anything that involves oil, anything that involves light, anything that involves the temple and the restoration of temple service, or the restoration of Israel spiritually and nationally, is going to be, my brain is going to categorize it as messianic, or pick up on that messianic flavor. But Hanukkah especially, because as far as I understand it, the number 7 in Kabbalah and Judaism always represents the completion of something, right? So the Sabbath is the 7th day. That's the obvious example. 7 represents creation completed. 8 always represents some extra natural relationship. So, for example, Jewish children, starting with Isaac in the Bible, are circumcised on the 8th day, right? So God makes man, and he's made on the 7th day, but on the 8th day, he's circumcised, or on the 8th day of man's life, anyways, because 8 represents going beyond nature. Likewise with Sukkot, with the Feast of Tabernacles, there's 7 days, and then an 8th day, Shmini Atzeres, which represents the counting down from the 70 bulls representing the 70 nations, down all the way to the one sacrifice that was given on Shmini Atzeres. I think it was one bull, representing the relationship with Israel that God has, that is beyond the natural world. It's not like a normal relationship. It's not like the relationship he has with the other nations. So 8 days of Sukkot, 8 days until your bris, until the circumcision of a child, 8 days of Hanukkah, right? Hanukkah represents a level of providence that is beyond, it's beyond even a miracle. It shows some essential relationship that God has with the Jews and with the temple that is it's greater than the Sabbath even, right? It's this Tosefes Tosefes Kishut, to use the language of Rabbi Itchemeyer Morgenstern Shlita. It's this additional adornment, this additional element, this supernatural, supernatural element of this holiday. And also Sukkot would have been the last holiday that they would have been unable to celebrate because of the war with the Greeks. So in a way, Hanukkah kind of makes up for it makes up for the bulls that were going to be sacrificed on Sukkot, right? Which is actually what the Talmud says. Beis Shammai famously holds that the menorah should be lit from 8 candles counting down to correspond to the bulls that were sacrificed on Sukkot and Shmini Atzeret. So when I say it's a messianic holiday, and when I am surprised at its single mention in the New Testament, given the rabbinic perspective on the holiday, it's a little odd. I don't know. I guess that's what bothered me. I hope I answered that question, Fraudwith. But this is not. So I want to find. Let's just try Chat GPT again. I'm starting to sour on this thing. It's not doing a very good job. How many bulls were sacrificed on Sukkot and Shemini Atzeret? I believe it was 70. Yes, 70 bulls. On Shemini Atzeret, 1 bull was sacrificed, representing, again, that oneness with Israel. So, yeah, that's a very interesting thing, that the number 8. Yeah, I don't know. Good points all. Thank you. Did that work? There you go. Where is everyone? Yeah, I think how many bulls on days 2 to 7 of Sukkot? I think it went down by 10. Oh. I see. 70 bulls were sacrificed on the entire festival, and counting down 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, right? Again, 7 being the Sabbath. And then after 7 bulls on the 8th day, which is Shmini Atzeres, is just 1 bull. Is Hanukkah important in other Second Temple texts, such as its absence in the New Testament can be seen as unusual? That's a good question. Does Hanukkah appear in the Second Temple Jewish literature? I mean, the obvious answer is yes, right? Because the Book of Maccabees is a part of the Apocrypha. Maccabees 1 and 2, and I guess that's it. Is Hanukkah mentioned in Jubilees? Hanukkah's not mentioned. You know, to be fair, boom. To be fair, Fraudwith, Hanukkah is not even a big deal in the Talmud. It's mentioned, I think, in one place. Basically, it's given a couple pages of Talmud, but it just seems like it would show up at least in the New Testament, it's such an obviously, does Hanukkah appear in the writings of Paul? Hanukkah is not mentioned in the writings of Paul? How about the rest of the New Testament? It just seems like so odd. Absent in everything. It's just such a weird. The Talmud isn't concerned with the Messiah. The Talmud is certainly concerned with the Messiah, but not Hanukkah. I think it's Shabbat Chof Gimel 21b. I was close. You know what I'm going to do? We're using all of these wow. Okay. I would highly recommend this site to everybody. Talmud Shabbat 21b. Okay. Yeah, mostly they talk about. Boom. Okay, this is the discussion. Beis Shammai Oimrim, Beis Shammai say, Yom Rishon Mahadlik Shmona. On the first day, he lights 8 lights. Mechain Veilecha Pachas V'cholech. He reduces from then on. And Beis Hillel say, Yom Rishon Mahadlik Achas. On the first day, he lights 1 candle. Mechain Veilecha Mosif B'hozlecha. He progressively increases. You guys are going to have to struggle with my Aramaic here, but nobody wants to show up, so I guess it's the Mac show, and I guess I'm just learning Talmud by myself here. Amar Ula said, Pligi ba tre amori b'ma'arava. 2 Amoraim argue in the west, which refers to the land of Israel, because this is the Babylonian Talmud. And they argue that Rav Yossi and Rabbi Yossi bar Avin and Rabbi Yossi bar Zveda. Chad Amar, one said, Time de Beis Shammai, the reason why Beis Shammai says that there needs to be beginning with 8 lights is because Keneged Yomim HaKnessin, the days that are coming. And Vatama'a de Beis Hillel Keneged Yomim Hatzion, the days that have already gone. V'chad Amar, and the other one says Tama'a de Beis Shammai Keneged Pri Chachag. This is what we were saying earlier, right? That it corresponds to the bulls sacrificed on Sukkot. But Ta'ama de Beis Hillel de Ma'ilin B'kadesh V'ein Moridin. And the reason of Beis Hillel is that we increase in matters of sanctity, but we do not reduce, right? Which is just a general rule that it's good to become more holy as a person, as a nation. The world should increase in goodness and Kedusha. And the Hanukkah miracle is all about Kedusha, so the custom to remember it should also increase in light. Hamarabba bar Chana, Omer Rav Yochanan, in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, he said, Shnei Zakanim Chi B'Tzidon. There are 2 elders, 2 old men, 2 wise men in Sidon. Ochad Isa Kaveis Shammai. One of them was doing like Beis Shammai, but Echad Asek Divrei Beis Hillel, and the other one are performing the mitzvah like the words of Beis Hillel. The nosein ze nosein ta'am l'devrei. One gave us the reason for his words. Keneget pri hachag, that it should correspond to the bulls of the festival. V'ze nosein ta'am l'devrei, and the other one gave the reasons for his words. T'ma'aylin b'kadesh ve'eim moridin, that we should increase in kedusha, increase in holiness and goodness and light, as opposed to reduce. Tana Rabbana, and the rabbis taught, Ner Chanukah mitzvah lahanicha al Pasach bisein mavachotz, that the mitzvah of the Chanukah light is that it should be placed. So this is already a completely different discussion. So what's being said here, right? See, I started to learn, wow, no one is here. 5 people are watching me. I mean, this is ridiculous. I yeah, I don't know. I started learning a mimer of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Chuso Yogan Aleinu, and I didn't finish it. I barely started it. That deals with this Gemara and deals with this connection to Sukkot. I'm not really sure why. It's just, to me, Hanukkah, and as an American, it was something I really grew up with. It's something I always appreciated, something I always loved. And I'm surprised. I'm not shocked, but it is a little surprising how little attention it gets in rabbinic literature. Nothing in the New Testament. It's just an interesting case. It lives in the upper floor, so this is a conversation about where to put the light. Oh yeah, Hanukkah. There's an interesting element of this Talmudic discussion that I know the Rebbe deals with, but off the top of my head, I guess we can try to find the answer here, right? After the discussion of Hanukkah, how to do the mitzvah properly, where to put the Chanukiah, where to put the menorah in your home, then the Talmud asks, "My Hanukkah, what is Hanukkah?" Right? It's such a backward way of asking this question. See, this is why Jacob should hop on, because this is the kind of thing he's actually learned in yeshiva, because he's a good Jew, unlike me. So, my Hanukkah, what is Hanukkah in the first place? The Tanan Rabbanan, and the rabbis taught in a Braisa, B'chav Hey Kislev, B'Kislev, in the 25th month of the 25th day in Kislev, Yomam de Chanukah, the days of Chanukah begin. Tamani Einain, there are 8 days. Dila Delamasef Bahazon, and we don't eulogize during them. Bahavain. We don't eulogize anybody. Udle Lahastainus Bahavain. We don't fast during Hanukkah. So Yoven. Yeah, the Greeks entered the sanctuary. My Aramaic is just not very good, but they made all of them Tameh. And Dynasty, see, it just doesn't get that much attention. Like, they're talking about it so literally, and then I think after this they, some halachic stuff. This is another connection to Sukkot, right? So Amar Rav Kahana said, Derush Rav Nasan Bar Minivemi, and Rav Nasan Bar Minyomi, he expounded in the name of Rebbe Tanchum Edeksiv. This is something else. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back to Hanukkah after I learn a little bit more about it. The third temple is also just occupies like such an odd place in the mind of Christians. Like, Christians are obsessed with their temple. And with the temple in general. Why are Christians obsessed with the third temple? I'm going to clarify this question. Why are American Protestants support? Yeah. Popular culture, support for Israel. I was hoping it was going to say something a little sharper, but yeah, Hanukkah is a really interesting time. The temple is just so fascinating to me. Like, you look at these images and you think about the fact that this is going to happen. To your point, fraud with Schofield Reference Bible. We'll get to Dan's comment in a second. Yeah, I mean, when you look at this image, it's quite terrifying. I mean, this is a huge building, massive building. Animal sacrifices, like it's quite a serious, it's the longest prophecy in the Bible, right? It's such a huge element of Judaism and of Christianity. Again, I'm still trying to answer this question for myself of why it doesn't get very much attention in the New Testament, because Hanukkah is so obviously connected. Like, Kislev is the third month after Rosh Hashanah, right? It's obviously connected to the third temple in some place, in some capacity. I don't know. I'm about 15 minutes behind and catching up this lesson, says Dan. I would think that since the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah is not a biblical holiday here, John, I said John, I meant Dan. I'm about 15 minutes behind. I would think that since here's the thing, though, Dan. Can I add this too? How does that work? Dan is saying that because it's a mitzvah d'Rabbanan, it's a rabbinic enactment to celebrate Hanukkah in the first place. And because the Christians don't follow the rabbis, quote unquote. One second, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this, Dan. Because first of all, the Christians do follow the rabbis. The Bible was produced by the Old Testament church, which are the rabbis and their students. So, yeah. See, I think they do follow them, in the sense that they're using the Bible, right? They believe in the Bible. The Bible was produced by the rabbis, essentially, right? Yeah, and as William just pointed out, Jesus himself celebrated this holiday. He said that they sit in the seat of Moses. There's certainly a present. There's a very, very fundamental rabbinic presence in the New Testament, and I don't see it as entirely negative. I don't have it on me, but I'm sure we've all read this book, which is like an absolutely incredible work. I read this edition. I mean, it's just a matter of fact that the early Christians believed in what we would call rabbinic authority. It's a matter of fact that they celebrated rabbinic holidays. At the very least, like, let's see, is Hanukkah in the Dead Sea Scrolls? I guess we already asked this earlier. They don't mention Hanukkah by name. Okay. It just seems such a strange absence. I can't say I'm not getting good answers from this AI. Everything it's saying are true, but everything it's saying is true, but I'm not sure. But the New Testament writers were Hellenistic Jews who were at cross culture with Maccabees. Um, William, I don't think we. Yes, again, Jesus was called rabbi and has a lot in common with the Pharisees. Will, I think the reason why I personally cannot agree with what you're saying, and I'm gonna send this StreamYard link to my friend Ryan. Um, sorry, I'm sort of multitasking here. Am at a party. Okay. Here, one moment. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna get back to this issue in 2 seconds. Let's see if my friend Ryan joins the live stream. Yeah, I don't know. The New Testament is, from my perspective, again, following Eisenman, was written kind of specifically to rebut ideas about Jesus and about the law and about God and about the Jews in history. The New Testament, in so many ways, is written to rebut those ideas in the Dead Sea Scrolls and amongst the kind of early Jamesian Dead Sea Qumran community. Eisenman is argumentative. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, my friend Ryan will be joining. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Purim isn't mentioned. That's another kind of apocryphal holiday. Is Purim in the New Testament? Is Purim in the Dead Sea Scrolls? Not explicitly. Fine. See, I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of struggling with this because I have anachronistically decided that these are really important Jewish holidays with deep mystical, messianic, and esoteric meanings, and I'm trying to kind of read them back into the writings of the first Christians, and these kind of support of Purim was late. Well, it's in the Talmud. Essenes gone by 74. I'm not really sure what you mean by Essenes, Will, because this is also true, Dan. The thing is, though, there's the canon, there's the Bible, right? There's the Bible itself, but there's still apocryphal works that are kind of God breathed or have some sort of authority in both Jewish and Christian circles that are not necessarily a part of the Bible itself, but matter. A good example would be, I believe it's called Ben Sira. Yeah, the wisdom of Ben Sira, right? The rabbis understand, first of all, they recognize the presence of these books. They don't necessarily consider them all bad, but most of them are a little wacko, a little fringe for the rabbinic culture, the mainstream Pharisee culture. But Dead Sea Sadducee sectarians. Well, we have a very different understanding of who the Sadducees were and who the Essenes were, because as far as I'm concerned, the Essenes were actually, we're actually just Christians. Rabbi Akiva put Song of Songs first. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. For those who are unaware, there's a story about Rabbi Akiva fighting to keep the Song of Songs in the Hebrew canon. He said that it was the Holy of Holies, super Puritans. Let me see, Rabbi Akiva, Song of Songs. I'm trying to find Yadayim 3:5. Okay. Let's see. I like the idea of being a super Puritan as opposed to just a Puritan. So what does this say? I'm kind of keeping my eye out for my friend Ryan, who might be joining. Okay. A scroll on which the writing has been erased and 85 letters remain, as many as are in the section beginning, and it came to pass in the arc set forward, defiles the hands. A single sheet on which all the Holy Scripture defile the hands. The Song of Songs and Koheles, Ecclesiastes defile the hands. Rabbi Judah said, Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, okay, yeah. Rabbi Judah says the Song of Songs defiles the hands, but there's a dispute about Ecclesiastes. Rabbi Yossi says Ecclesiastes does not defile the hands, but there's a dispute amongst Shir HaShirim, the Song of Songs. Rabbi Shimon says the ruling about Ecclesiastes is one of the leniencies of Beit Shammai and one of the stringencies of Beit Hillel. Rabbi Shimon ben Azai said, I have received a tradition from the 72 elders. See, Rabbi Akiva said, far be it, no man in Israel disputes the name, disputes the Song of Songs, saying that it does not defile the hands, for the whole world is not as worthy as the day on which the Song of Songs was given to Israel. For all the writings are holy, but the Song of Songs is the Holy of Holies. If they had a dispute, they had a dispute only about Ecclesiastes. So I saw this on a Rav Kook site. Okay. A soul that is insensitive to feelings of romance cannot relate to the tender sensibilities expressed in songs of love. Such a person will pervert those poetic yearnings, reducing them to the level of his own base desires. Similarly, one who has never ascended the heights of holy contemplation, one who has never experienced the uplifting surge of love for the rock of all worlds, such a person will fall to grasp how the sublime yearnings of the Song of Songs truly reflect the highest aspirations of the Jewish people. But Rabbi Akiva then recited Shema, and his soul departed. Only a soul as great as Rabbi Akiva. Only a soul as great as Rabbi Akiva could testify that the Song of Songs is the Holy of Holies, and that the entire universe is unworthy of the day that the Song of Songs was given to Israel. Neither book of the Maccabees were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Essenes, a Jewish sect hostile to Hasmoneans in their memory. Here's the thing that I don't. So Will says Dan's correct. Here's my problem with what you're saying, Dan. The Hasmoneans at that time for sure would have been the Hellenizers, the elites. Will, this makes no sense because there were plenty of Greek holy texts floating around the Second Temple period. The Talmud even has a long discussion in Masechet Megillah about whether or not you're allowed to translate the Bible into Greek, and the answer is yes. But here's the thing. The story of the Maccabees for an Essene, for what Eisenman believes are the early Christians who very much have this apocalyptic us versus them attitude towards Jew and Gentile, they for sure you would expect to have this book floating around or something like it. It's true that the Hashmonaim eventually became what they were fighting against in the first place, but there is no way that if an Essene were sitting in front of me and you asked him, do you know the story about how the Hasmoneans fought the Greeks? I mean, he would not only be familiar with the story, he would believe in the story, he would identify with the Hasmoneans in that story. So the fact that their reputation may have been sullied in some sense, it doesn't solve the problem. Eisenman decodes on his own views. Eccentric, hostile to Paul. I wouldn't say he's hostile to Paul. I think he's bringing to the table the fact that the early Christians were hostile to Paul, right? If you look at Acts 21, you kind of, whoops. See, I'm mad that I don't have my copy of Eisenman's book on me. You know what? I have the second volume. I gave the first volume to my dad. Give me 1 second here. Okay. I'm going to try to find the parts. Please read Eisenman. He's the best. But first century is not third century. Rabbinic canonicity Mishnah is third century. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, Beck.
What's happening?
What's going on? What even is this? I saw my phone.
So I'll tell you what this is, because I'm still, I'm new here. But long story short, my friend, now mentor, quasi mentor, Jacob, very learned guy, somebody I met through my rabbi, runs a Discord channel. And it's vaguely Jewish, kind of like first century history and stuff like that. There's a lot of like Jordan Peterson, like overflow kind of guys that like end up in this space. And I'm a mod on this channel randomly. I'm not the kind of person to like be a Discord mod, I don't think. They don't have the best reputation. But here I am. I'm like taking over the channel. Normally he does like a Bible study on Saturday nights. And because I'm like kind of exhausted and I just took my last final, I'm like not going out and partying like a degenerate like I normally do. So instead I'm like, I got the King James version up on my screen. We're talking about Hanukkah and why it's not really in the New Testament. It's mentioned once. We don't have to go down that rabbit hole. We've been going down the rabbit hole for an hour. Missed the start. Speaker's doing a great job, by the way. Hey, thanks, Will. Are you Max Returns? Yeah. God, this is so like 21st century. Anyways, Ryan is here, and Ryan's a really good friend of mine, and we went to high school together or whatever. Huge change from 50. Will, man, you got to read this book because I don't appreciate what you're saying. Okay. Anyways, man, Ryan, what's going on with you? You're in the building.
Yeah. I'm just sitting in my apartment in New York right now. Apparently there's some like ginormous storm on their way of biblical proportions that's going to wash away all the sin of the city. So that's kind of nice.
Okay.
Yeah, you can look it up.
Oh man.
Yeah, that should be on its way.
You are toast.
I know, and
you live in a third world country.
Everybody. You should have seen the videos a couple weeks back. There was another giant storm, and there was this thing where of course it came from Canada, like all the shittiest things, and like some weather pattern was blowing it weekly, like on Saturday, obviously on Shabbos, of course, into, oh yeah, and I know all the Brooklyn Jews, so I say Shabbos now. So yeah,
Yasher Koyach. as they say.
And all the Hasids that were all close. No, I'm just kidding. It's impossible. And there was a storm that would blow in every Saturday for like 9 weeks, and then it culminated with a giant storm. And everybody, unfortunately, with all these Hasid landlords, they had these. I'm just kidding, of course, but they had basement apartments.
They're calling
and they
them
all flooded.
Zionists these days, Ryan.
No, they're anti. They're
Yeah,
very.
of course,
I'm
of course.
telling you, the Hazids. I mean, I think we touched on this. Sorry, it's like reverse cameras. They're like very anti
Yeah.
Zionist and all that, which is kind of interesting. But it's kind of brilliant. I mean, using Hebrew to write a Germanic mesh language, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yiddish is the best.
I have
Yep.
a picture of the Satmar Rebbe of blessed memory.
Oh my gosh! Wait. Okay, so there was a building. So I work in commercial building sales, right?
Mhm.
And there was a building that I was talking with a Chazid, and he said he was looking in Crown Heights, which is this neighborhood in Brooklyn, and I
I've
said
been.
he wants it to be okay, and he wants to be close to this address on Eastern Parkway. I looked.
770.
That's right. It's a shul there, and I was like, oh, okay, just look like a bit. Apparently, that is so iconic
Yes.
that when you go on Google, Wikipedia has its own page, and it is replicated architecturally in different countries too, in like small Hasidic.
Yeah, Kfar Chabad in Israel. Have you checked this out?
Yeah,
It's absolutely hilarious. Like it's just they built it again.
It's the reconstruction. It's the 900th temple. Yeah.
Yeah, Chabad has a very. I mean, it's funny we're talking about this because Hanukkah is all about
Have you
Hanukkah
been to that
Sabbath.
building? Like, why did you know that one? I'm serious.
I have been to 770. I'll tell you about it in a second, but in the more messianic wing of Chabad as a movement, there's a very strong. I'm not going to say esoteric like view, but you'll hear it if you hang around those circles enough that this building is actually the third temple. Now, how could that be, right? The Lubavitcher Rebbe never said any such thing, because he has crazy fans, like everybody, like every Rebbe. He has Hasidim, and they go a little too hard sometimes. And they, starting in the 80s, had a kind of messianic fervor, kind of whatever going on. My rabbi's a proselyte, Chabad trained, haha. Yeah, they're just very into the Rebbe, and they think he's the Messiah, so that would make his...
Wait, which one?
What was the Rebbe. See, we just call him the Rebbe because he is the Rebbe, but this amazing person who never in his life...
That's what every single walk sign in New York City, the back of it, they've plastered and said Mashiach has returned.
Yes. So this is him.
It's that one with the white background, yeah.
So this is something he never said. Well, here's the thing.
Is he alive? Is he dead? I literally don't know.
The Rebbe is dead. The Rebbe died in 1994.
Then how is Mashiach here?
Right. So that's an interesting question. Very, very brief history of the Chabad movement and the Messianism and 770 is that Hasidic Torah enters the world. The Baal Shem Tov comes on the scene. The Hasidic movement at that time is basically just a couple of ragtag pietists. But in the generations that followed, the ideas become a little more refined and the movements kind of split off. Different places in Europe have different political scenes that lead to differences in kind of the presentation of the Hasidic idea, which at its core is just about chesed is like loving kindness. So a chassid is somebody who loves God. That's the short answer of what a chassid is. And Chabad is kind of in many ways, the main character of all of these movements because its writings are the most complicated and its leaders in general have been kind of the most engaged kind of politically. And they seem to have like a lahavdil, God forgive me for making this comparison, but Chabad has a Forrest Gump element of like being involved in like every important historical event in European and American history for the past 200 years. Mm-hmm. And this was the last leader of that dynasty because the Rebbes in each group it's familial. He was the seventh and last Rebbe of Chabad Lubavitch. And he was an incredible person beyond compare. I mean, just a saint clearly, and a genius. And I was saying earlier on the stream, I was talking about just the overwhelming output of this person.
Mhm.
And like everything you could say about him is true, except that he was the Messiah, which is something he never said. It's something he fought against. But unfortunately, um, you know how messianism goes, right? It's an unstoppable force now in Crown Heights, and 770 is where he lived and where he wrote. So it has this kind of um,
It's so
esoteric reality.
that's very interesting. I mentioned because um, it's just so interesting because it's not an ancient place.
Yeah,
As a lay person, as a infidel myself, I think about how it has a completely um what is that term for like non-religious? It's like secular. Yeah, secular, entirely secular background, and was like a doctor's office or something.
yeah,
Like this isn't some ancient site, you go to Rome or you see something. So
yeah,
it's just wild to me that the association is so powerful with this like cult like atmosphere.
yeah.
I had no idea. Like it was completely. I had
Well,
no idea.
the Rebbe didn't even want his Hasidim to stay in Crown Heights. Like he got there after World War II. Um, and do you know what a minyan is? Like 10 Jews, 10 Jewish men. Yeah. So
A
so
minion, the thing
no,
on
no, no,
top
no,
of
no,
the
no, no,
hill
not a
at
minion. Not one of these guys.
Universal Studios,
Uh,
the all-seeing eye of Universal
so
Studios.
this is not what I'm referring to. In case anybody was, I'm talking about this. Um, a minion is like a quorum of 10 men. Like you need 10 men to do certain things liturgically. So if you want to read from a scroll of the Torah, you need 10 men. You can't do it in the presence of 9. And there used to be this joke of, or like there's a lot of Jewish jokes about like looking for the 10th man, a 10th man rather. And the thing with Crown Heights, and this is actually true, is when the Rebbe got here with his father-in-law, the Friedecker Rebbe, who was also an incredible, scholar and writer and saint and all of those things. Uh, the joke was that like they had to literally like beg people, like they had to like knock on doors to be like, do you want to be the 10th man in the minyan? And now 770 is one of the most densely populated Jewish areas in the world, and the Rebbe
Mm,
actually was really against that. He didn't want his students and his followers to stay there. He wanted them to live normal lives out in the world. Chabad is very not proselytizing, but they believe in kind of like spreading the message, getting Jews involved and non-Jews, anybody to kind of like, you have Chabad houses on college campuses, et cetera, et cetera. So actually the people that live near 770 are kind of breaking the rules that the Rebbe himself laid out. Like he was against that cult of personality in many, many ways. So to your point, it's a very odd, phenomenon.
interesting.
I mean, it's a nice building. I've been, it's,
Oh, aesthetically, I love it. I would love to turn it into a house and live there. What was shocking to me, and this is we've touched on this before in terms of the role of aesthetics in the divine, whether in an inspirational sense,
yeah.
as well as practical. I was like, oh wow! First of all, the external is beautiful. It has
Mm,
a classic look, and I'm like, oh, okay. This is some significant world Jewish site. You look inside, and it looks like that, like
yeah.
paint chips and old wood. And I'm like, okay, it reminds me of the Midwest strip mall Protestant church, like where
Yeah.
it's like it doesn't matter. It's about the presence of God and all that sort of, which is just kind of interesting. I didn't necessarily expect that, especially coming from LA. I know that's not a great comparison, but going to the 900 or so bar and bat mitzvahs that I went to
Yeah.
at 13, I was like struck by the beauty and simplicity that could go hand in hand in a lot of synagogue design. And then you have this. So I was kind of surprised.
Well, I think the point of it's almost part of it that it's just a building. Like it's and like aesthetics and the Bible's view of whether or not art can or should play a role in like inspiring a person or a nation. Like there's very much a push and pull of like for example, like how decorated should the temple be, right? Hezekiah in the Bible, it says he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. And then it proceeds to tell you how he sold off a lot of the gold and melted a lot of idolatry. Like people were misusing the artistic elements, the aesthetic, the sculptures and things like that, the artifacts, the relics in the temple, and he destroyed them, and it was righteous. It was right in the eyes of the Lord. So the Bible itself has that push and pull. I think the attitude about 770, to me, it's part of it. Part of it is that it's a building, like, and the Rebbe was somebody who, yeah, he was a saint, and he was somebody who everybody, you read his writings and they're real and they're profound, and he talked a lot about the end times, and it was something that he really kind of wanted to remind people of, and he succeeded in doing that. But at the same time, the Rebbe was the Rebbe. He was somebody who lived and breathed, and he was a normal person, and he had a desk, and he used to every day would walk to his mother's place down the street in East, in Crown Heights. Like there's this way in which, like, he's the Rebbe, and he's all of that light in a body, and he had a building where he taught and wrote, and people just go crazy for it. If you've ever been inside, which you should go, everybody should go to 770, whatever. Is it
open? Like, I don't know. I feel like, I know that technically all these places are open to the general public, but I don't, it's just some schmuck. I don't know anything.
This is, I guess, 770. This is the shul that's next to it. But it's an office. Like, it's like, it's an office. He had books and a desk. But again, it's part of it is that he was somebody who made a lot of really deep spiritual lessons real for people, especially after the Holocaust. People basically, like, forgot about the Messiah as an idea, which is at the center of the Jewish religion, and people basically figured that it was, like, never going to happen. And the Rebbe was single-handedly, especially in the English-speaking world, like, he was somebody who really reminded people that, like, this is real, and God still runs the world. And with the creation of the state of Israel too, that kind of, finds its way into all of this. Like, yeah, it's a really interesting movement, and I guess I'm a part of it in some capacity, but I'm not a messianic.
I can see the resemblance. I will say this. I mean, I know this is extremely base level. You guys are, I'm sure, getting very deep in the Jewish lore. Also a joke, but the outfit of the Hasidim is absolutely the best thing I've ever seen. Like, I want it. Like, I'm serious. It's absolutely unparalleled because, first of all, nobody dresses well at all. I mean, including me and most people. So nobody dresses. Men don't dress well. I will say some of the men, when they get older, they wear these dumpy, like, black sneakers type thing, because their feet are old and it hurts, so they don't wear, like, nice shoes, but like, look at that, like, who they maintained what a fedora, like, in the traditional sense was. Well, and we've lost that,
again, to the normalcy versus, like, extravagance issue, is that if you look at what he's actually wearing, right, it's a suit, it's a jacket. Most Hasidic Rebbes wore much crazier things, right?
Really? I never must have,
for example,
long since passed.
Come on, internet. What? So, like, this sort of thing, right? The Satmar is kind of the other big Hasidic group, very anti-Zionist. That's what they're famous for. And this kind of huge outfit, right, with this color and with this, like, whatever, this you'll never see in Chabad.
Specifically that hat,
the Strymel, like, this is like what you're referring to, like a real Hasidic, garment.
Well, don't they wear the Strymel on like certain events, like weddings?
Yeah. Weddings, Shabbos.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to read your ketubah when you get married.
Anything festive, but Chabad was a little more. See, I mentioned Europe. Like, there's this whole divide between, like, we call them Polishes, the Polish Hasidic groups, and basically everybody else, like in Russia. In Russia, they wore rags because they were dirt poor. But then you look at like some of the other groups, and they're fabulously wealthy, and they have these extravagant homes. And like, I'm trying to look, what was I went to it in Israel. Come on now, not Ger. It's called Bubov. Not Bubov. Maybe Bubov. That's not what I'm thinking of, but no, this is pretty low key also. Like, this just doesn't exist in the Chabad world, for example. Like these massive bells with a Z. I mean, this synagogue is one of the most incredible buildings I'd ever seen in my life. It is built like Herod's temple. These chandeliers are the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Like, they are these massive, glass, like shining thing. You just don't see this with every group. Like, every group has this, they're kind of like their own thing going on. And like, it's interesting to see. You see the black hats and you figure that it's all kind of one thing, but they're really, it's just not so. Yeah, I don't know. It's such an interesting culture. I'm vaguely a part of it.
I will say one thing we touched on a lot too that I recently came across today because I saw a Hasidic owner whose last name is Sofer, obviously with the scribal, if that's a word, but the heritage. Isn't that somebody who is a scribe is a Sofer?
Yeah, Sofer, scribe.
Yeah, Sofer. And the letters are just fantastic. I know we talked a lot. I mean, I've been working on that for years and doing stuff like that. And I remember seeing a video about talking about the kosher process of writing a Torah. I mean, it's just insane. Like none of the other Abrahamic religions. I mean, Arabic has a huge respect for letters, and completely not anymore for the Christian ones because their alphabet and printing and stuff like that. Nobody illuminates their manuscripts anymore. Really sad. So sad. And
so sad.
But the Jews, it's just insane the labor that goes into producing a holy text. It's
crazy. Yeah.
There's just nothing like it in the other two religions. Like everybody has a copy of the Quran. There's no only historical examples of handwritten ones because there's just no. Yeah. I think it's because, like you mentioned, the other two are so big for new followers. So like you can't. There's too much demand. Like honestly, Jews, it's like we have plenty, thank you, and then they'll just keep one of the a handwritten one or a couple if they're a larger shul.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Like if you're trying to convince 400,000 illiterate Bedouin tribesmen to join your religion, like beginning with this convoluted, I'll say rabbinic, kind of detail-oriented scribal reality is just, it's never going to work. Also, the thing with Arabic is that the role of memorization, and I envy this element of their culture because the only Jewish culture that puts this much emphasis on memorization are Jews from Yemen, who still they have their own kind of way of, they memorize the entire Torah and the Aramaic translation. Like they really put emphasis on it. But the Islamic emphasis on memorization kind of inherently not excludes, but it takes center stage in a way that like Judaism is a religion of texts in a very real way. And like, I don't know, they just have like a different attitude. I know that they believe that like, actually, if you just Google like the words of the Quran in English, that's not the Quran. I learned this recently, that the Quran is actually just the text. Yeah.
No, this is literally true. I mean, it is an actual theological discussion. Apparently, a lot of people don't know this, but God speaks Arabic specifically, and that's his favorite. And when he brought Jabril down on the mount, he made sure to use Arabic specifically. And I remember there was an imam on the campus at University of Michigan when I was my senior year, and they were handing out these little English Quran.
Hmm.
And I remember asking him, I was like, "Well, this is just a translation. This can't be like this isn't really the Quran, is it? Like it's just translation."
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to start anything. I don't think I'm like no more than him, or I was just like legit asking because I'd heard that, and he kind of didn't have a great answer. He's kind of like, well, you can still get the message, but it is true
Yeah.
that they don't admit any translation as being as good as the Arabic, which is crazy.
It's actually against their religion to give you an Arabic Quran. They won't do
That's
it.
fascinating.
Like
I can get my own, but I don't know why they want to.
give you an Arabic Quran.
Quran.
Quran. Yeah, I call it the Quran.
None of
See,
that Quran shit.
this isn't showing up. I heard, on good authority, I can say that yeah, they just won't do it. Oh my God, we have another Max in the house. What's happening, Max?
Hey, what did I miss?
Man, well, Jacob's not here, so it's like my dumbass and my friend Ryan, who should totally get on Discord and join this. Like, it's hard to describe, and I'm really not a Discord person, and I'm not very like social media in that way. Like, I tweet, but I'm not like, I have like 100 followers. It's just like my inner circle or whatever. This Discord channel is really fun. It's cool. I highly recommend it, Ryan. You should come. You should
Send it
join
my
us.
way. I'll look. I don't think I've done Discord in quite a while, and it was a crash and burn scenario the
Well,
last
you're
time.
like
So
your cat girl, like Deviant Art channel was the last thing you did on Max. We were talking about Hanukkah and the Bible and like the Rebbe, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and calligraphy.
no,
Oh,
where'd he go?
guess not. So Ryan, what were we talking about?
Oh, I actually. So I
Well,
there he's back. But I had brought up 770 Eastern Parkway, which I didn't know was because I'm not Jewish, as you may have guessed, but I
Not
grew
yet.
up in LA, so I'm like 60% Jewish, Um, and
60.
I was doing some real estate. Yeah, is that generous? I was doing some real estate sales in the area in Crown Heights, and I had gotten a request for something close to 770 Eastern Parkway, and to me that was just an address, and I look it up and so on and so on, and then and Max had just explained to me why every
Yeah.
walk or don't go sign in the entire city of New York has a Moshiach has returned and it's him on the back. So I was like, oh, okay, now it's starting to connect. I can see the Chabad here. So,
Yeah, it's
and then it was about text too. So we talked about like Arabic and Hebrew letters. So that's the most recent.
yeah. I mean, messianism is awesome. It's like the most important idea in human history, basically, right? Is like the end. And when it comes up in a culture, like it matters. Like it's never like a minor messianic movement. Like messianic movements affect everything around them. It just like colors everything. And the Jewish world in the late 80s, early 90s, like, and now still in some way, like the Rebbe was that. Yeah.
So what's your legacy going to be, Max?
I mean, not the Rebbe.
Because I think Crown Heights, that's kind of like that area's been played out. So
Yeah.
thinking like Arizona, maybe
Yeah,
Phoenix. Oh my God, could you be the Rebbe Phoenix?
the Rebbe, the
Kind
Phoenix
of
Rebbe.
symbolic.
Phoenix, yeah, very, very true. I don't know what my spiritual legacy is going to be. Hopefully, a bunch of just.
I know your dietary legacy is pretty fantastic already. So if you can kind of like take that with you.
Yeah. See, yeah, nobody's ever combined like messianic cult fervor with like food blogging.
That's what I'm saying. Like you need to talk about. I want to see texts on the like boy dinners that you make, which are mostly like unfiltered honey, olive, feta block, and like grape leaves and stuff like that. Really bring that to the forefront. as part of faith? Because
You know, so in 1997, what Jim had for dinner was this is the first ever food blog.
that is insane. 70s, 90s,
90s,
97. Okay, of course.
1890s, baby. Yeah, I there's something like so cool to me about being able to post pictures of what you're eating, but especially when it's something that's kind of like weird or bad, like not something like an attractive, like amazing, like sushi presentation prepared by somebody who spent their entire life learning how to do that, but rather something like you know, I don't know, like a grilled cheese sandwich that like it like he didn't do it right, like they fucked it up, and like that's what it's like. I don't know, or just like
It's burnt on
pigs
one
were-
side.
yeah, it's like burnt, yeah, like pigs in a blanket, and you're like, oh, you know, like I don't know.
No, this is true. I don't know. I've gotten really back into the idea of the supreme foods being just a couple ingredients on a plate.
For
I don't
sure.
really like to like incorporate them into full dishes. It's just let's not play God, you know?
Yeah, I think that's why Italian food is kind of overall like the most popular cuisine in the world. Because it's so simple, and they literally will just put like a tomato in a pot and kind of call it a day. And it's like, how's that better than like everything I've ever eaten?
Well, because their tomatoes are better. It's like you get a pomodoro and you're like, oh my God. I still
So
can't get over that they supposedly people were originally potentially afraid of the tomato because it came from the nightshade family. It's kind of brilliant. And carrots too.
what's wrong with nightshades? They're bad for you.
That's what I've heard. They'll kill you.
I mean, there's
I mean, I've seen people die from tomatoes, so it's not crazy.
you sound like a Ray Pete. Ray Pete is really against nightshades.
Oh, is he like a seed oil guy too? That's like a
He
big
was-
thing too.
he was the-
They've crucified seed oils on the cross of dietary culture.
See, Ray Pete is a really like perplexing
okay.
figure because Max is gone. Because he's back. Wait, should I add him back? I don't know where he went. Like Ray Pete is, if he says something that's true, then it's true. But he says so much that is so insane that I just don't know. Like the Ray Pete diet is basically like no seed oils. That's like the big thing. But then it's also like nuts are bad for you. You should drink like a liter of orange juice a day. Like it's crazy.
Wait, I'm looking at something too, and it's the rape sugar. He allows that.
He's super pro sugar.
That's in. That is super okay. That's coming out of left field to me because I've heard. I recently, a couple years back, while in college, we probably talked about it way back. I read this excerpt, "Pure White and Deadly," about refined sugar. I know that some people walk the line on where that really matters in terms of refined, but that it is just like this awful, horrible thing that is destroys your body.
Yeah,
So
I think
what does he say? Like, I know there's naturally occurring sugars everywhere, including in milk.
so.
Most
I
are
mean,
rancid.
yeah. So this is something that he kind of, as far as like alt health goes, the first big kind of push was
Isn't that like
Weston.
how Donald Trump eats?
I mean, he eats like McDonald's every day.
That's like
And
Warren Buffett. He's still kicking.
He said he doesn't drink water because he doesn't like the taste. Which, like, you know, that's basically true. Like, oh man, maybe I lied. I don't know. I remember reading one time that he says
Warren
just
Buffett
doesn't
drinks
like it.
Warren Buffett drinks like 30 liters of cherry Coke a day. And he is the richest man on earth, so I'm gonna say that there's causation going on. Yeah, there we go.
This is insane.
You know, Charlie Munger just died like a couple days ago. I don't know if you heard about this. Charlie Munger is like the more funny of the duo, more quippy. He's very interesting. He had a great talk. I'll text you afterward. He had like a 1990 something speech at Harvard, and the full audio exists, and it's like 20 lessons, and it's super insightful. It's like one of those things. He's like listening to the Rebbe himself, and he's dead. And he was like mega blind by the end, but like super cohesive. And he made a big building at U of M. So like I'll never forget his name, but he's super interesting. But him and Warren both like they eat garbage, and I swear like probably adrenochrome in the back. So like I think it's just a farce. They're like, oh, I just have McDonald's. And
Well, I think there's something really like I feel great when I eat a little bit of fast food. I think it's a bit like microdosing a poison or something where you're kind of like training your body to process something that's objectively bad, but then like in doing that, it kind of strengthens itself in some capacity. I the thing with sugar, as far as Ray Peat understands it, is just that metabolically, sugar from fruit and table sugar are the same. And this kind
That's
of
what I've heard.
kind of goofy, like, oh, they're completely different. The fiber cancels out one, or cancels out some of the bad effects of sugar in fruit, and it can't do that in table sugar. It's not really true. And from his perspective, like, and again, I think his fans go crazy, and Ray Peat Forum is an absolutely horrific place, and I would recommend everybody listening to never go on there, even though it's a lot of fun. But as a general principle, he said that most people need more carbohydrates, and that means fruit, sugar, orange juice. It doesn't really matter.
But
And
there's so much hate on that train. Like carbs are the Christ of our day.
Yeah, and I don't really know why. I think the Ray Peat answer is just that by getting everybody's thyroid to kind of slow down, you're just kind of in general making people sicker, and that means you get to like make more money selling them pills or something to that effect. Like he is he is conspiratorial, and his fans are conspiratorial in that way. But I don't know. I think sugar's good for you. You should just eat fruit. It's not a big deal. And seed oils are bad. It's not that deep. But
where do they even occur? Like I don't even consciously eat seed oils, but what are they like in everything now? It's one of the things I'm gonna have to like go to Erewhon to avoid.
Unfortunately, yeah. Seed oils are basically
they're like in the production of everything. I don't know.
They're just in everything, and it's very hard to avoid without basically being a crazy person, which I would not recommend becoming.
Oh my gosh. I just see this 6 ways to avoid eating seed oils. Avoid eating fried foods. Okay. Beware of salad dressings. Eat before you go out. Bring your own dish to parties. Like, that's okay, crazy. You're right. You have to go insane because as usual with food industry, like you said, here we go, conspiratorial. Like I think they're putting in everything.
Well, they are. It's just that you can't.
Do seed oils cause autism? The answer will surprise you.
Probably. I mean, I listen. You're talking to me. I fully believe that they're poison and that they cause a lot of problems.
Okay,
and
flaxseed oil was popping off in the Whole Foods in like 2006.
But that's the thing, Ryan. It was fake.
Oh my god!
Like the thing with Ray Peat, and this is my last word on the man who actually died, I think, last Thanksgiving, so almost about a little over a year ago. Rest in peace, Ray Peat. Is that he very much like ends the line of thinking of like mainstream versus wacko science, in the sense that like he's not like a hipster. He's not like, oh, go to Whole Foods and eat all of this stuff. No, that can also be bad, and McDonald's can be better for you. Not really, but like, so to speak, right? Like it's not so Whole Foods versus McDonald's. Is more just like, here's what to eat, here's what to avoid. Whether you get it from Whole Foods or McDonald's, it doesn't really matter. So I don't know. Like, for example, he says that high fructose corn syrup, metabolically, it's the same thing as sugar. So like drinking a Coke is just totally fine. And then like eating a healthy flaxseed oil, like salad thing from Whole Foods, like that's going to kill you.
Gosh, that is just so crazy. Yeah. One of the comments is, they said like, it's eat off the lamb like a cow. And it's just so true. I remember seeing, and I think everyone can relate, raise your hand if this is true, when you're in PetSmart or Petco and you see they have the pet wheatgrass and you think this isn't like it awakens something ancestral.
Yeah.
And like it's not just yeah, I would say I've waxed I almost I guess the phrase is wax poetic, which is not what I'm looking for. I've rambled incessantly to you about this, that I'm a huge dairy guy.
Yeah.
And we've talked about obviously the huge benefits of things like kefir.
You got me into that.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm so glad because it's fantastic, especially and I love the soury taste of it. It's great. I just love that, and like yogurts and even like a great ricotta. I mean, whole milk, just untouched milk. I went to Europe, as I mentioned, and that's the standard. You want a latte, you want like some coffee, you want to like they you have to ask for your alternative bullshit, and I don't care that anybody has that, but I don't understand all this our age group backlash, especially among young women, that
Mhm.
like milk is this vile, disgusting thing. And I'm like, are you 17th century Japan? Like, you never seen drinking from a cow? Like, are we in Sakoku? Like, and they're like, oh
Well,
my
why do you
God,
think
milk
that
is
is? I have a
so
theory.
gross. Milk is
Like,
so gross. And most of them, of course, will eat cheese, which, whatever, I guess. But,
so
and they're
what's
like,
your
ew, that's for so. I don't know. I feel like they like possessed by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Milk is for babies, So
yeah, they're
I have no
listening
idea
to
why.
too much
What you
Arnold.
tell me what your theory is, because like I just have I'm too close to the issue. I feel resentment in my heart.
I think it's just that milk, first of all, is increasingly becoming a food that a lot of people just can't eat. Um,
This is very true. I didn't even touch on the
like milk is like there's people like a number of people that it wasn't always like this. They just can't eat it. They can't drink milk or whatever it
huge
is.
Ashkenazi problem.
That's what I heard, but I never had like I don't know. In Israel, maybe that's still like I have a theory about why American Jews in particular have like food problems.
They all
Peanuts
have
also.
Crohn's.
They all have Crohn's. That's what it
I'm
is.
serious. Like it's crazy.
You're like, man,
The
my
chosen people. Oh
client
my God.
chosen for Crohn's disease.
Chosen for yeah, predisposition checklist.
Okay, Chezi's a friend of a friend. He's one of the most successful architects in Jerusalem. He says
Beautiful.
breastfeeding. Okay. Um, I think, yeah, so part of it's just like people have a hard time digesting this stuff. And also, like, I don't know, I think there's
No, well,
just
breastfeeding is like the perfect food. I
you're
remember
right.
hearing that in theory, and this is, it's a dangerous line to walk because there's so many freaks out there, but I believe you could generally survive on it almost indefinitely because it
Yeah.
has everything you need, but it wouldn't, I don't know. You can live off breast milk, human breast milk.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely the perfect food in theory,
But it has
right?
a lot of hormones in it too, like for a growing baby. I mean, your stomach would just zap that all up. And
Yeah.
I don't think it wouldn't do anything to you, but it's just.
I think milk, also dairy in general, but milk is like plain milk. It just represents to them, to a lot of people, like a very chauvinistic, straight white male kind of like they
Oh
have this
shit.
this funny association between like the people
It's
that
like a
can
Pepe the Frog shit
it's
all
like the
over again.
people that can digest it are like evil. So like the food is evil. Like there's just this like very low grade left wing kind of aversion to it. I don't really know what it is. And
But
I
not
think
cheese.
why not cheese? I think a lot of
Not
look, a
cheese.
lot of people are vegan though, right?
I just feel like the then of the people who I'm describing who like have this weird thing about the act of drinking milk, not it being in baked goods, not it being in whipped
Yeah.
cream, not being in your coffee. Oh, I guess coffee, yeah, because they have the alternatives, or cheese or pizza or pastries and all these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But specifically the act of drinking milk, I think you must have hit on it because like that act in and of itself, like me buying and drinking whole milk, which I find almost a luxurious thing,
Yeah.
they have a problem with.
And I think another bit is the environmental bit. because they've been told, as we all have for our entire lives, that the reason why the world is dying and everything's terrible and everything's going to shit is because people are like eating like cheese. And if you are told that your whole life, it doesn't matter what the numbers show. It doesn't matter how insanely taxing it is on the environment to create like almonds, for example. Like when you go to the store and buy almonds, you're killing birds. And like that doesn't matter because they've already kind of had this idea of like dairy and meat being like fish isn't even the problem. Like dairy and meat, they don't like it. I don't know. It's some weird
Well,
deep
I'll never
psychological
forget
thing.
them saying like, you know that they have to clear 10 million football fields worth of Amazonian rainforest filled with koalas and spider monkeys every day just so that you can eat a burger. And and also those cows that they then put there, are full of methane and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Now notice that, and I'm not saying there's not a reason for it. I'm saying the whole ozone thing kind of resolved. So they kind of move on to like other issues. But it's all very much like, how dare you? How dare you? Sentiment.
It's totally antisocial to think in that way of like, well, you know, global capitalism is doing something, and the only thing I can do is this thing that will make my life significantly, just objectively worse. It will make me less healthy. It will make my eating options, fewer in number, and it will alienate me from at least some people. For example, like, young people's parents who are never going to, maybe their friends are vegan, but their parents are not. This kind of just like weird, like Christian, like Puritan thing that they've like become, right? And they see that as the only way that they can help stop the like onslaught of the global capitalism coming to destroy the koalas and like revolution. And like, they believe in this mythology. And when you get it at that age, I mean, it takes a lifetime to undo it, I think.
It's really, maybe Hassan Piker was right about re-education camps, but we need to like kind of take over in a different kind of way. But how do you reconcile the way, I don't know, like a lot of these people have this insanely contradictory view of the noble savage for native and indigenous people. Like they were just in like magical Pocahontas, in tune with nature. They didn't fight with each other. There was no such thing as rape, crime, because everyone was sharing and singing Kumbaya. And I'm not saying there's not nuggets, right? But
I mean, if you want to talk noble savage problem, like this is the
that's
ultimate
what I'm telling you.
expression.
Like they just say like this. I mean, they have made it seem like they're going around like just these noble savages with like a big handprint of white paint on their face and a tomahawk, and they're against this English settlers and all this sort of shit. I see it's the amount of TikToks I've seen about.
Doomed.
Luckily for me, on my For You page, they know I'm addicted to TikTok. I have a huge problem, and I'll admit it. But I see people stitching, aka replying to people saying stuff like this, and it's insane. And some of it is just interviews, not even from recent, but like in the past couple years, asking people like, "What do you think about, gays or this or that?" And they're like, totally against it, not at all. And like, no, it's outlawed.
It's something that like it blows my mind, the willingness for this side of the aisle they basically need everybody to like have the memory of a goldfish like they do, because I remember when they said that Donald Trump was Hitler and he was going to put gay people and Mexican people in concentration camps. I remember that. I wasn't that long ago. I was an adult already. I was a young adult.
We were senior year when he got into office, and they were like, we should all wear like black to protest his inauguration.
Because he's Hitler.
Yes.
Comes Hamas, and they are screaming at the top of their lungs in every way that they can to every channel that they have communications with. We intend to kill every single Jew here and everywhere because we want to globalize this intifada. Like, that is word for word what they are admitting to the world. And this crowd will make excuses for it. And they will do
Absolutely.
it forever. They'll do it forever. There is
Forever.
nothing. It's really like talking to a Scientologist. There's no help at some level for somebody who, yes, William says don't be cringe. They're so cringe.
It's
Oh my
impossible for them
God.
to not. Now I've known them in a way like you can never imagine, going to a place like Ann Arbor, and as much as it's a great place. I'll tell you, being in Manhattan, I've seen the actual huge walls of the posters, and I've seen people like taking them down and stuff. And there was an example at NYU of a girl. You can look this up, like NYU girl, like remove, or I forget her name, but she's from Detroit also, which is, of course, she's insane then, because Detroit is also where all the Arabs are too, in Dearborn. But yeah, it's like the way that, and sometimes they'll be like reinforced with like 5 lines of tape and all this sort of shit. But the way that they what was it? Well, I'll just say this. I also saw that the UPenn president resigned because
Yeah, I
they
saw
had
that.
this amazing. Well, first of all, it's because she lost money.
Yeah.
University presidents only exist to fundraise and say nothing else and just be yes men. And she lost $100 million. Of course, she's going to resign. But the way that they kept saying, "Oh, it's context based," these rules about what discrimination is, or like, I'm like, you're calling for distinct, like, river to sea. I mean, that's the most subtle, if you can call it that, of all of the claims. River to sea, they're just not claiming it. But this blatant, intense, like, anti-Semitism that is very specific against people who are just Jewish, crazy.
It's really
they won't
crazy.
say anything. But
yeah,
they love to use those ambiguous rules all the time to smack people down. But then they say, "What about this?" They're like, "Well, we can't really say. We don't know."
That's the thing. There's so much
They
to
love
say
those
here,
rules.
right? But they really showed the world, and of course, if you're on the internet at all, you kind of have already figured this out. But they showed the world how they genuinely have no like systematic, like it's actually just nonsense. And it's easy to be like, oh, the libtards are just spewing nonsense. No, it is literal gobbledygook, because when you have a student body that has no problem saying not only should Israel not exist, not only should the Jews there go away, but that this effort, whatever's going on here, needs to be globalized. Which, like, what does that mean if not what they're doing, which is like trashing, an Israeli restaurant in Pittsburgh or whatever.
There was that bagel shop in Philadelphia, and they were like,
yeah,
"Goldie, you can't hide. We condemn your genocide." I mean, if that doesn't just show that if I took a melon baller to their head, I'd be filled with ice. Like, I have no idea. And I have a lot of people I know in Michigan, obviously, and I will see almost daily, not only reposts of just random things, but there's like calling on Detroit City Council to demand a ceasefire.
Like, what does that even mean? And like, where do their... It's ridiculous, because there just was a ceasefire. I mean, there was a break in the fighting, and all of that kind of stopped, and then it's ended, and then they were like, ceasefire now.
Well, they want to talk about like the rights that they fight so hard for in the Western world, and then they look to the only Western country in that region, which is known for being one of the egregious violators of human rights, probably outside of the bowels of Africa, and it's like at least there's no female genital mutilation in the Middle East, but it's other horrible things. And then they'll go like, "Oh yeah, that's the evil oppressor." Amazingly, Israel, of course, is like a white nation apparently too. Like that was their first mistake. They should not have allowed any of those in. Because if it were just, no.
I mean, more than half. I know you know this, but more than half of Israeli Jews are descended from Jews from Mizrach and Sfard, right? Spain and the Middle East.
Like you mentioned, the Yemenis and Egyptians, they're just not in Egypt anymore.
And they are they are the right wing in Israel. Like, people don't understand that the idea of being a Jew that doesn't just like obviously support Israel's existence and its strength, is something that in Israel and abroad only exists for Ashkenazi Jews, because they're the only Jews that experienced European Enlightenment, you know, if you could call it such a thing. God should help them and us, because it was anything but enlightened. It was the destruction of the good and true and beautiful. And it's totally insane. Another big thing about the Enlightenment and like the Western Eastern element I think about a lot is like, if you look, this is NYU, right? This is just, for some reason, they list all of the students that are coming in to get their whatever doctorate in Middle East analysis. Okay. Let's think about this. Are these people, and we all know what they think about politics, are they more or less Westernized than like a Muslim in Sudan? Obviously, they're more Westernized, but in a funny way, they're like, when you account for where they come from and their relative wealth, and they're more radical, right? Like,
it reminds me of, in my mind, I've met people like this, like you said, and like in our and here, their view of like how the world is like how a weeb looks at Japan. They're like,
yeah,
they've never been, you know, like they're very Western, and they think about like, exactly, because they think like, oh, that part of the world, this ideology is actually all these things the best, and
yeah,
you know, has none of the, you know, of course can never be the oppressor in any sense, which of course they have this dichotomy always, that's very easy, who's who, and
yeah,
that just tells you what's right and what's wrong, and the other side deserves complete destruction in a ironically kind of like Christian David and Goliath way.
yes,
You know, it's just like so clear cut, there's no question.
yeah.
History be damned, all of it, and they love to throw history around it, like, as long as we only go back 100 years, let's talk history, nothing beyond
Yeah,
that, no other context.
yeah, they
infantilize the rest of the world. They're like, they're these little babies who are getting stepped on.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that they are the ultimate Westerners, because only in the West do you see this
like
idea
white
of
man's
noble
built in a
savage.
hijab.
Yeah, yes, it's, you only see these ideas about, you know, freedom. That is a Western that's a French Revolution idea. Okay, that didn't exist anywhere else before that, and you know, you just don't see these ideas anywhere outside of the West. And so if you go to NYU and you're like, we need to give the power back to the people, like, you are a Westerner. And I think the great irony with the Palestinian cause is that, as much as they want to quote unquote decolonize the land, and as much as they believe in self-determination, and as much as they believe in their religion, their cause is 100% a creation of Harvard and the University of Michigan and the New York Times. They are helpless without that language. They are helpless without that attitude towards history. They're helpless without the leftist cause, which Marx's Western philosopher, all that entire school of thought exists only because of like in the Enlightenment in Europe. And like, they don't understand that. Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, they are the ultimate examples of, like, Arab nationalism was created by England to fight the Ottomans. Like, it's a totally...
Yeah, that's when they were all wearing fezzes. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Like, if we had any of those. Well,
well, you know, Ryan, you shouldn't have said that, because as
oh, yeah. I love that you're giving such Egypt couture right now.
If you don't watch yourself, I'm gonna get the oud out too. Yeah, hold on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought.
Absolutely love. I felt this like urge to reach for my niqab like straight away. What was I going to say?
Decolonize Discord.
I know we've touched on this as well before, but one thing I just can't really. I love to kind of, what is it called, Occam's razor, like snip away like all. Even though it is, I'm being purposefully quite reductive when I think about it this way, but I feel like it's kind of the nugget of truth at the bottom of the barrel, that, like you mentioned, all this modern concept, this very like UN, you know, League of Nations kind of
Yeah.
bullshit, EU shit, that there's this very defined, this is this and that is that, and this parallel, and see this street, we got this cute little marker, and that's where this country ends and this country begins. And I mean, just look at the clusterfuck that is like Eastern Europe, and like the random states, Kosovo, and all this nonsense.
We're getting into this level of writing, by the way. You're like,
No, exactly.
no, just kidding. Everything you're saying
No,
is
but-
true, but
No,
like,
but it's true. I just meant to say, you went to school. My favorite is that like the Vatican big metalwork sculpture is actually Snake, is like a snake Satan and not Jesus, because his hair looks like. If you look up the giant Vatican,
yeah, I've seen
snake,
this.
that's the funniest thing ever, and I kind of love it. But the fact that we're not used to the fact that like France and Spain were constantly fighting over like mountain ranges and
Yeah.
expanding, and like borders are changing all the time. Now they're like, this is this land, or this is so and so's. I'm like, there's no such thing. Like, I really
Yeah.
don't believe that there's anything. And in that way, I'm almost kind of more aligned with the idea that like God gave people certain lands, because that is the only argument that makes any sense.
Well, I think you're
Like, why not? Like, why not say that? Because there's no such thing in my mind as land claim. I don't care if you've been there for 2,000 years. That's great. And it makes sense. But if there is literally a stronger person, an ant colony that comes over and like fucks you up, it's not yours. I don't know what to say.
Well, there is like again, it's this very Western idea that they have, because in the pre-modern world, and we're speaking very generally here, but it's what I'm going to say is true. If you lost land, you lost the land, man. That's it. If you want to like, you fight a war, you lose. You're lucky to be alive. You get out of there. And this idea with the Palestinians and the Israelis, where it's like 5 wars, not just Palestine, but in the Arab countries, 5 or 6 wars in 100 years, and they lost every single one. Not only is that crazy that the Jews were somehow able to, and this was even in 48 before America started giving the money, like how were they able to do that in the first place? But more importantly than the kind of military element, it's like, man, you lost this one. So how is it that they have the ability to keep fighting? And the answer is they're leveraging Western power against Israel. They are helpless without America. If it weren't for America twisting Israel's arm in all of those wars, they would have conquered the whole Muslim world. They could have. Militarily, they had the ability to. Obviously, they had no reason to. But I think what I'm trying to say is what you're saying, which is that there's a very weird break where after World War I, people basically just decided that like the map is just going to stay the same forever, and that's something that never really was the case in the pre-modern world. And it's
never ever even been close to the case. Not even neighborhood by neighborhood in American city blocks. Like I just like zoning fight. Like there's, it's the antithesis of understanding reality, and that dissonance is so painful. And it drives these people to make outlandish and crazy claims about who can and can't do what, and what justifies. I mean, it's just so disgusting to see. Like I saw a repost of course, a Columbia like Arab student something or other. I don't know, some bullshit like infographic, because everybody has Canva now and they make infographics, and about that. And talk about weaponizing this, the memes about, everybody has therapy language now, like gaslighting, and, no, they use that, and they use the academic talk that you touched on to say that, like, it was the anti-colonial or decolonial October 7th response, where they use these other, like, neutered words that, like, make it sound like something that it wasn't. Like, it was a response, or it was a decolonial effort, not the horrible like butchering that it was of innocent people. Like it's absolutely brilliant. Like if they didn't have this sentiment, I mean, the Arab world doesn't give a shit about them. They're like this backwater tribe.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, I was talking to somebody today who actually, if it weren't for the fact that she's a little more conservative politically, she would be one of these kind of like academic, analysts that talks about decolonialization or whatever, because she's like a public policy, international relations, like DMA student, or not DMA,
doctor, USC girl.
Yeah, and she was saying what you just said, which is that the Muslim world actually is extremely over with the Palestinian issue. I mean, they are exhausted by it. They realize that it's basically, if they want to modernize, they have to get out from underneath this like absolutely tribal, like stupid Bronze Age attitude of just like let's allow ourselves to die to spite the enemy, which is just like the most twisted way of thinking imaginable. They need to get out from under that, but at the same time they need to play nice with the Arab states and pretend to be a unified ummah. And as a Muslim country, Saudi Arabia, for example, is never going to really just come out and say how they really feel, which is that the Palestinians are some of the dumbest people on the planet. I mean, how could you declare a war that you're going to lose and let your own people die and then beg America and the UN for money? Like, it's one of the craziest political moves of this century.
Mm-hmm.
But if they came out and said that, that would be crazy and people would boycott Hajj. So, you know, it's a very, I think that, to your point, the next generation of Arabs and Arab leaders are going to have to make the decision of whether or not they're going to be able to get out from under this stuff. And I think they will, honestly.
The using of the language, though, is very, as long as the Western world and these young kids value and have very knee-jerk responses to the kind of imagery and language that's being used now, they're going to keep using it and sensationalizing what's going on. As it's like the term, I just can't get over the word and the sentiment genocide. Like I like, even reading through dictionary, I'm like, I can't understand how it's even being loosely applied because it doesn't make sense to me at all. Like it's, you know, either side of, I don't know, just insane because it's not an ethnic group alone. It's not, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, this
were we doing genocide against Japan in World War II? I mean, that's a much easier argument, perhaps. I don't.
Yeah, this is like the weirdest looking genocide ever. Have you ever seen a genocide that looks like this?
No.
Like, what is going on? And yeah, I think
I've never heard of the term, if you can't beat them, join them. Like, if you can't beat them, keep going, keep losing.
Just allow yourself to die. I think what you're saying is true. And the way that I think about it is with Japan also, because like, imagine if Japan has this like stated goal of destroying America or whatever, or winning the war, which means, I mean, whatever, Pearl Harbor happened. Okay.
Well, some say.
I mean, was anybody there? I haven't seen very many pictures.
There's no video evidence, but yeah.
There's no video evidence. I saw a live stream of a brave a brave revolutionary decolonial kamikaze fighter.
Literally, it's
so. But you'll see where I'm going with this, and you can probably fill in the blanks. It's like, imagine if they got bombed by America twice, and the New York Times put out an article. It is now the time. This is now an opportunity for the Japanese people to continue their fight against the colonial oppressor that is the United States, and that they need to double down on their tactics of blowing themselves up. What you would say is that you're insane because those are people that are dying. God does not like when his children die. They're all made in the image of God. You are basically, like with the bullfighting with the red cape, it's like you are egging on a group of people, Japan in 1944 or whatever, that genuinely, they will kill themselves to do this. So by egging them on, you're just allowing them to kill themselves. And that's the way I feel about Islamic terror. It's like, when you defend them and you give them that credence, you don't understand, like, there are people in Gaza that are willing to, like, mothers will send their children into this war to martyr themselves. So if you're going to let that happen, that's blood on your hands. And I think that's what the West is going to have to kind of learn.
I think they love it though. Like it reminds me of, this is so, I would cringe if somebody else said this, but I'm still going to say it. The sentiment of the Capitol and the Hunger Games, there's nothing going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like this, not projection, but this like puppeteering or this looking through a glass of like an entire ocean and basically like a whole world away. It's like playing virtual chess with their political opponents in the United States. Like,
Yeah.
uh, Israel, like you mentioned, is this embodiment of like strength and modernity in a way that the region does not have, most certainly, like in the immediate surrounding areas, both in terms of rights, technology, advancements, social culture. So they're like waging war in their mind and like spiritually backing this meek character of the noble savage who's going around with like a tomahawk and gonna scalp their oppressors. And they want Israel to be General Custer and this like amazing flipping of the script. Justice is to be served. Of course, in the end, the Trail of Tears happens. So it's like I don't know what they want.
And that's too like a huge disconnect from like what Hamas says about themselves versus what their Western defenders kind of say about them, which is like,
oh, they don't care. They just cherry pick. It's like doesn't matter that the charter calls for XYZ.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but they actually are like these really friendly people who I know they actually take care of their hostages, and I know that if I went there, my polycule would be really at peace with Hamas.
Like again, it's like Hamas will say what they want to do, and they'll tell you, and they will attempt to do this to like allow themselves. Sitting Bull lost eventually anyway. Yeah, I mean,
yes, that's what I mean exactly. Like in the end,
they will lose because they don't have the military power, they don't have the brains, and especially since 1967, they just don't have the moral. They don't have the morale. They don't have the identity of like who they are and what they're fighting for. And I'm not saying Israel post 67 has a perfect one either. And I think it's definitely coming to a close with this war and it will have to get replaced. But at least there's a sense that there's like a churning of like, like what's up next for Israel? Whereas with Palestine, it's like, it's not what's up, what's going to be next with Palestine. It's more like they're just going to die. And they're going to let themselves die for no good reason. And I think that's what the West doesn't understand. Again, it's like they will die for this just to spite their enemy. And these people, like this girl, look at her, this girl over here in the corner with the keffiyeh and the pink hair. It's like, this girl is not going to die for what she believes in, but she'll defend people that will allow their children to die for this political project. It's crazy.
Well, and when you think about it, life is cheap. Like life is cheap because first of all, this life, and I guess you could zoom out and see this in a lot of other perhaps larger religious groups too, but this life is honestly purely a battleground and a race to get to the next one where everything can be better. Like if you tell everybody, suffer now because all the good things that make anything worth living are in Jannah, and you can get there by like literally using your body to kill other people.
Yeah.
And how can you it's kind of like the best medicines. Like, don't worry, life on this earth sucks, but the next one's better.
Yeah. And I think that that's something that they really have in common with Hamas in a funny way, which is like Hamas says, or the Quran, I think generally has this kind of attitude of like, this world is not real. The only world is heaven. This world is emptiness and vanity. You should live only for the next world where, God's going to reward you and he's going to punish the people you don't like. And the leftist view of the world kind of says the same thing, but it's slightly different. It's more in this world. There's this idea of fairness and equality. And it's like this guaranteed endpoint of like, well, eventually the hammer of progress will come and destroy XYZ. And like, they also have this eschatological, like everything's going to be made right in the end attitude. And you know what really doesn't have that view? I mean, it does, but for conversation's sake, it has a very different view. Yeah. The Jews as a nation really, really believe in this world. They believe in this life. And it's a kind of famous rabbinic question, like, why does the Torah of Moses never speak about the afterlife? If you read the law of Moses, it shows up in the prophets, but it doesn't really seem to care about the world to come, which is a huge concept in Jewish thought, post-biblical or whatever. And the answer is not because it's not there, but because the priority is to serve God in this world, and it's to live, you know, and that you just don't see that, I don't think,
That
in
sentiment is so alive and well in the Jewish community and the culture that carries through, and the value on the now. And in terms of one thing I always really admired is at first glance, Arabs, well, I should say Muslims, but it kind of sounds so. Muslims and Jews have this adoration of learning and bookishness, and
Yeah.
like you mentioned, you touched on the memorization piece a little earlier and all that.
Yeah.
But I'd say with the Jewish piece, because the source is so much about good living, and then also has this sentiment about providing a living for yourself and making this life good, that is channeled into the amazing long-term multi-century success despite a bunch of circumstances. Meanwhile, in the Arab world, they left behind a lot of their learning attitudes a long time ago. The source material never changes. There's not much to be said on that.
Yeah, I think
I'm also biased, but still.
I think modernity came and just like made traditional systems of belief, like it kind of neutered them, all of them, pretty much, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and whatever else, that it had this like run in with the modern world.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that the Muslim world seems to have like suffered the most. And I might have given you my like take on this before, but if you think about the past, if you think about the first like 1,000 years of Islamic history, right? They just win and win and win, because the Persian Empire is falling apart, the Roman Empire is falling apart. It's a new religion. They just seem to do well on the whole. And yeah, you have the Crusades, but the Muslim world is fine. They survived them, and But in modernity, all of a sudden, it's like, what's the expression? What goes up must come down. Okay, modernity happens, Wahhabism, the end of the Ottoman Empire, Zionism, repeated losses against Israel, and now like 21st century degenerate modernity. It's just like the Muslim world is just getting torn to pieces by the modern world. And I think that that's part of, it's like they kind of strengthen each other, and that's why you see such extremism, and also why you see diaspora kids so cling to these like Western ideas about truth at the end of, like fairness or whatever, at the expense of truth, rather. I don't know if I'm articulating that idea like properly.
No, that makes sense. The way that they're looking, well, I always worry that at the end of this trend, I don't know, whoever feels that they have, well, they say might makes right?
Yeah.
So a lot of these people had both. They think they were right, in both senses. Everybody thinks they're right, but then the strong, luckily, was on the side of like you mentioned the Western world in that regard. Yeah. I worry, maybe without much founding, that a lot of these Western countries and their leadership and their soul weakens with complicity and comfort. And they, like, as you touched on years ago, they just very fragile as opposed to anti-fragile. And you have these bad actors who, in the same way that there may be a great wall, but if you can exploit a small crack in the mortar or something, it may not take that much force to bring it down, even though it took a while to build it. I just worry that some of these, the Arab world idea, I mean, I don't like a lot of their ideas, make it over here and are welcomed with open arms, and purposefully destroy what the Western world took a long time and our ancestors took a long time to build. I've seen it in Dearborn in Michigan. It's like the reverse of Crown Heights. It's like it's entirely Arab. Of course, it used to be like a Ford town or something, so everybody used to work, trucks and stuff, but whatever. And it is basically like, Chinatown for Arabs, and the sentiment there is, it's always been like this free Palestine. Especially now, it's this huge outlet to openly hate the Jewish state and even Jews, period, because they're just doing so much better. I don't know why.
So William commented, the Mongols destroyed Baghdad. I just want to point out that the entire Central Asian plateau is Muslim, Will. So to your point, yeah, the Muslims took some L's pre-modernity. But where are the Mongols, right? Islam beat them because they actually believed in something, whereas the Mongol attitude towards, like, it wasn't a religion. It was just sort of a political and economic, military, like, culture that emerged there. And Central Asia, yeah, I mean, I think ironically the Mongols coming and destroying Baghdad and famously chanting Allah Akbar as they destroyed mosques, I mean, it kind of sucks to suck because their descendants are all Muslims.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
I read a book I think you would absolutely love. I hope, because maybe you don't. Do you know David Graeber? Did we talk about him? He wrote that book Debt: The First 5,000 Years,
Yes.
which I really liked. That was a really interesting book. He explores anthropology and sociological history in a way, and he kind of basically blows up the myth of barter, which is what they still teach in schools a lot of the time, that like before money, people just were like, I have eggs and I want bricks. Do you have bricks? And we'll trade. Oh, but you have to want eggs. That's inconvenient, aka money. He totally dissects that. It's super interesting. But one thing I'll never forget is he included a lot of history about the Arab world. And be in between talking about falafel and whatnot. He said that there's
Ribis, correct?
What is it?
Ribis is usury and debt. It's like illegal.
Oh yeah. Of course they and then there was also things like, what's it called, tajwi course.
Tajweed?
I don't remember. No. This is this tax that you have to pay if you're like a non-believer, like jizya. How did I forget that one? But he talked about, there's a quote from the Prophet.
Jizya, I hardly know. No.
Yes,
Jizya.
I'm so glad it's kind of this quote from the Prophet, alhamdulillah, and he said that Allah sets the prices; they shall not be moved up or down. It is the will of Allah that sets prices. So he was a free market capitalist in a way, besides usury, of course. But I think that's just amazing to think about. Like, good for him. He was like, we're not gonna price it. And now to this day, they want people to price it. You have these like young Columbia, NYU, semi-Muslim sympathizers are actually, and they were like, this price is too high, and we need to institute. Like, I'm like, that had, first of all, never ever worked, and also it is against Allah's will. So I don't know what we're getting at here.
Yeah, I think debt and usury is like its own topic that I know at some point I'm going to have to like really look into, because there is, as you know, a massive, like, fundamental, I'm not going to say loophole, but like the fact that the Torah says you can't be usurious on your fellow Israelite, but you can be usurious to everyone else. It's like those are three words maybe in Hebrew that have impacted the entire history of like political economy forever. Because if it weren't for that loophole, Christian Europe would not have been able to like declare the wars that it declared, and the Jews wouldn't have been treated the way that, like, that so much goes into this issue.
The capital market, it's just, I was searching my mind for kind of like a parallel of this, where you, it kind of reminds me, this, I don't mean to paint Jews in this light like a prostitute, but how men will like leave their wives, do everything, like pay $1,000, and for prostitute, and then they'll go turn around like, oh, what a whore. Like, I hate that concept. And then they'll go, and without the capital markets, first of all, there's nothing without capital markets, like really like big, like that we know now. So if you can't get people to invest, and they won't without money, and it's, so the concept of usury, like interest, it's been mutually beneficial. And then of course it declines over time, it can crush people. And then you got things like payday loans, which are the ultimate Jew move, but but it's so funny because the Arab, I'm sorry, I keep confusing the two, Muslim banks.
Hey, Islam is very much an Arab religion.
This is true.
Demographically,
really,
but like fundamentally it is, yeah.
I mean, this is true. And then also, that's what I found out immediately, linguistically, even though you think, oh, Arabic, like it's in tens of countries. just like if English or Spanish. Oh, like no, it's all Muslim. Like all the calligraphy, it's all Muslim. It's nothing secular. But when they charge and make loans that are technically not allowed to have an interest rate, they charge fees, which are interest rates, because
Yeah.
it'll effectively, if you look at what it is and like see what the floating rate of interest is, they set it exactly the same. And it's just funny because it reminds me, it's like, is there anything more Jewish that Muslims do
To
than
their
try
not
to
to their
cheat God?
credit.
That try to cheat God and go like, oh, he won't notice it's a fee, it's not interest. And I'm like, oh yeah, because on Shabbat, like when you have your elevator stopping on every floor, like don't worry, you're not
That's
pressing any
total. Hey,
buttons.
see, you need to learn more Jewish law because there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying the fact that
I know what you mean,
that
though.
there is nothing wrong with that is
No, I know what you mean. I'm a stickler for like defending and being an apologist for like Jewish what appears to the outsider as like loopholes in Jewish law, because I honestly don't believe that they're loopholes. I think that's just basically like people not knowing what the biblical definition of work is, which is not like things that are taxing physically, you know, like it actually has. But to your point, yes, I get the
yeah,
the
there
joke
are
of,
funny examples, but like because as we bump up against the constantly changing and modernized world, where we have a
Yeah.
lot of amenities that are already in certain shapes or forms, electricity, all these things, it becomes almost laughable.
Yeah.
One thing, and I'm not saying, and you know, what's particularly funny is that you'll have these modern content creators like on TikTok or YouTube that are orthodox enough to kind of have these silly level of observances, and they'll say, "Here's what we do when you're prohibited to rip things, but you didn't pre-rip your toilet paper."
Yeah.
I'm like, and if you look away and just kind of pull, as long as it's not along the line, like
Yeah.
this stuff strikes people as absurd.
It's really a problem that there are people that take their own religion as like it's ridiculous. Like you'll never see that in Israel, right? It's a very like American orthodoxy thing to be like, this thing that I do is so weird. It's like, no, what you should say is God has a law. He elected the Sanhedrin and their students, the rabbis, to be the authority. These things have definitions. They've been debated about. It's not like some random person said, you're not allowed to wipe your ass on Shabbos. That's not how it works. Like, don't disrespect this. This is God's law, which in theory they believe. But to your point, they just can't help themselves. But it's almost like sublimating that they don't believe in God to be like, and I don't want to judge them, but it's like, oh, this is so silly. It's like, no, like the toilet paper thing is a good example of like, it makes perfect sense when you know the halacha, because halacha is not concerned with like whether or not it's silly or weird. It's concerned with the fact that industrial toilet paper falls under a certain like biblical or rabbinic like category of thing. Like there's a real logic to it that I think gets lost, and then people have the wrong impression about
Ironically,
religion.
you're thinking. Ironically, it seems then that looking for ways to go, oh, but isn't this silly, is honestly like more loophole seeking than if you're just applying a set of rules in a standard way.
Let me give you an example.
It may touch something that seems a little bit silly. But you don't question.
The toilet paper one's a good example, but I don't actually know the halacha like that well. But a better example would be like showering on the Sabbath, right? Can a person shower? The answer is yes.
I mean, I choose to not.
Yeah. But like, as an example, the issue with bathing is something you wouldn't really think, which is that the Bible defines cooking, and the Talmud and all, thousands of years of jurisprudence before the Talmud was even written down defines cooking a certain way. And the issue isn't so much showering, but the issue of whether or not you can shower on the Sabbath will often actually be a conversation about whether or not the way that the water is heated, and if using the hot water will create a fire in the bottom of your building. Well, that's biblically, that's the death penalty. So obviously, but it's falling under a category you would never think as a layperson or as somebody who's not observant or not Jewish. You would never see the question of showering as a question of fire and cooking, which is what's at stake there. And it's like, I don't know. I just think people, including Jews that observe these rules, have such a like cheap, very like surface, like, well, that's weird attitude, where it's like, okay, but you know, the Bible says all kinds of things that are not rabbinic stringencies that are also weird. Would you call them weird? Like, what makes them different? Like, if the rabbinic authority comes from the Bible and comes from Moses, then like, you see what I'm saying? I don't want to belabor this point, but yeah, I don't know. I think the internet just cheapens like everything good. And when I see things that I like or care about get cheapened, then it's like, even if I agree with them or think that, you know, it's just like, oh my God, like classical music goes through this a lot.
How so?
There's like an entire breed of like classical music influencers, right?
Really?
Like those Asian twins that are like violinists, or like
They're not. Are you talking about two set violin?
yeah, they're not twins, or they're
They're
just
not
two
twins.
Asian
They're
guys.
like different nationality too. Like one's a Korean and so. I've only seen a couple of their clips and stuff. They make but tell me what your point is here.
Well, my point is just that like I don't know, like there's just a cheapening of things that are like good and true and interesting and beautiful, and it's just like, what the hell is this Among Us like cursed Mozart monkey like meme, like 10 pieces everybody should know that are probably like the most like derpy. Like, what is this? Like, it's just like memes. What is it?
But
classical music tier list.
I would kind of throw back at the same time that its highest form and, you know, the actual pieces, and you could say this with the religion aspect too, still exist in that level and aren't dragged down really by people introducing it in more kind of like asinine ways. It's just not a great way to like suck up the content maybe, but if you ask them, they'd be like, it's about, you know, introducing, it's kind of like a youth pastor thing, you know, like, oh, like make it more fun, make it more accessible, more like on the level, because maybe in the same way that, you know, we're talking about some of these observances for Shabbos, like it can alienate people that if you are bothering to introduce it to other people, you may want to like adapt the package that the message comes in. Of course, for the Siddim and stuff like that, they actually don't care because they don't need anybody to care what they think. But I remember I saw a TikTok about this girl who lived in I'll just say Crown Heights, and she said she was the only like non-Jewish person in her building of like 4. And she was like it was never by blatant request, but became the goy of the building for Shabbos. Like the woman said, "Oh, it's so hot in my apartment," a couple times, and then kind of like gestured to the AC unit, and she turned it on. It's like, "Oh, thank you. That'll make you cooler." But didn't say like, "Oh, can someone else turn it on for me?" And in a world where everything is so convenient, where it's not like, "Oh, I need to physically move my arms, do a little bit more tangible work," kind of like you touched on. You know, for people who aren't in the know, a button, it doesn't translate to work. Turning on your oven, it doesn't make sense.
And
people don't get it.
I also think like people use leniencies that are allowed but kind of miss the spirit of the day. Like, I will never do what people do where they'll sometimes have a neighbor who's not Jewish and they'll kind of be like, hey, I would really like it if so-and-so happened. Because according to Jewish law, you cannot ask them to do that. And I think when the Talmud says you're not allowed to ask people who are not chayev in the mitzvahs of the Torah to like do something like turn on a light on Shabbos or something, like what they mean to communicate is that you have to prepare for these things. And you can't be like, oh, I really wish somebody would turn on the light. Like, that's obviously not in the spirit of the law. But again, it's this like loophole that to me is ridiculous, but because the law allows for it, like, I don't know. And they also miss out on the fact that Judaism is a religion. We believe in God. We believe in spirituality. We believe in like prayer and the power of prayer. Like, it's a religion. It's not just rules. And it took me a long time to learn that because I had to learn Hasidus and Jewish philosophy and like get underneath get out from under the legalism. Not that I'm not observant in the ways that I am, but it's like I don't know. I think people have a really weird thing. So like I don't know. I'm learning the Jewish law now. Rokoreach. I guess just separating something. Shulchan Aruch 340. Like what? Like are we
North and
opening
South
up?
Korea.
Yeah, literally. Whoops, wait, that's not what I want. Like we're cracking open the Shulchan Aruch over here, attaching together papers of skins using this subset of sewing. Right, it's okay. This is intended in history. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
the
think
idea of like the tearing, the separating. I mean, there are aspects of it that like ring a little bit, obviously archaic or unnecessarily detailed.
yeah.
And I mean, I think it's a valid critique coming from like, say, you know, the Christian world or other thing, to wonder why God, you know, this being that is so much greater than our conception in general, you know, and yet we're also made in his image, cares so much. And I think I see that reflected in all the jokes that are usually, you know, kind of appropriately hurled towards like weird Southern Baptist conservatives.
Yeah.
You know, and they're like, where then they go, oh, well, are you wearing like two different threads, you know, in one garment or shellfish and all these things that people go, oh, isn't that silly old thing that like we don't observe anymore because we don't. So
Yeah.
that sentiment is very easily turned on, you know, Hebrew law.
Yeah, and I think like if you didn't know any better, you might think that like this comes up a lot or something. Like that people that observe.
It's the only thing that makes it through like day-to-day talk. It's like
like as if this would ever, you know, but it's like a famous example of something that people don't like get or think is weird. And yeah, I think what you're saying is true about like, first of all, other religions, but also just like okay, Torah, like the law gets put in Moses' hands, right? In the Iron Age, people ate anything. They ate live animals. They didn't give a shit. They literally they ate their own kids if they had, like they didn't care. and the Torah comes and says like no shellfish. People made the exact same argument of like, well, I just don't get it. And it's like, okay, well, God said to do that, so that's what it is. And like, again, like part of that is this idea that God appointed judges. He appointed a Sanhedrin. He told Moses rather to appoint a Sanhedrin, and not to, as it says, you know, not to move from them from the left or the right, to listen what they say. And if there is a 3,000-year-old, you know, jurisprudential system that is held together by court and court and court of these like sages, and they think that it's this important to like put on a website, then it's that important. And like at some level, it's not blind faith, but it's like, well, if you follow the system, then like, okay, you're going to just do what it says. And I guess that you get ridiculous examples like this, but I don't know if it's that, like, I don't know.
There's a savage just under the skin of any civilized person. Completely true. Completely true.
Yeah, definitely true.
That is completely true. The idea, I mean, they teach that in like the intro to philosophy courses, like the two idea Hobbes and Locke, right? It's like, what is the state of nature? Is it complete chaos that must be, you know, refined in terms of human nature and contained in order? Or is it, I think it was Locke, where it's like everything is cute and like fun and the happiest, best person. That's where all the hippies come from. I mean, they're like, oh, actually, if I go live on a commune, everything's great. And then they meet the Hobbesian darker side of, you know, being an animal on Earth and how life is full of tough cruelty.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like completely, I'm way on the side that like order and order that comes from within is the best line first. Like these people who have no restriction and are hedonists and like Hunter Biden crack foot job, like that sentiment destroys societies and people. So completely agree.
Chezi, what's happening?
Shavua Tov.
Shavua Tov, good tavach. Chezi, this is my friend Ryan. We went to high school together. He's a really good friend,
Hey,
really
Chezi.
wise younger man.
Hey,
Chezi, what's
Ryan.
up with these rules? Is legalism bad? Was Paul right about something?
With rules,
Yeah.
embodied practice. No,
Yeah.
not. Humans need that kind of technology.
By calling it embodied practice, you're basically like Gen Z-ifying Levitical law. Like we're just embodying not eating shellfish.
Well, I mean, if it's a divine code, you want to be. I mean, it's all integrated. Ultimately, I'm saying if God's image is in you, then all your actions, your thoughts, your subconscious, all of this ultimately is also happening in a divine realm, and you have to learn how to serve that tension of both being a physical body in a physical world. However, constantly trying to ascend and having these practices, or the way I like to call it, as electing to wear this iOS called Judaism, or this Oculus. It comes with a set of guidelines and rules that I think today we like to call it mindfulness, but this is something that the younger prophets, the students of the prophets, or the sons of the prophets, they are told. We are told in the Bible that they went out to collect lights, lelaket orot. So they had their own moves of how to be mindful and how to try to collect this wisdom and embody this wisdom. Unfortunately, it has become memified in many ways.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if you heard that bit about people memifying and kind of making light of things that in some communities today, and especially in ancient Jewish ones, or in any community, like people contended with stuff a little more seriously, even if they were opposed to it in this way. Like, Chezi, have you heard that the Rav Soloveitchik quote about like heretics or whatever? Do you know what I'm talking about by any chance?
You have to specify that a little more.
So he said that, like, just like the 20th century, for context, for those listening, the Rav Soloveitchik was a
heavy
hitter in 20th century Orthodox Jewish thought, and just a genius, and somebody who wrote extensively about philosophy as well as like Jewish law and the Bible. And he said that just as we should mourn the loss of like great rabbinic genius, we should also mourn the loss of like good old-fashioned heretics, because back in the day, heretics at least contended with what they were opposed to in a serious manner. But in the late 20th century, that had already gone out the window, and people, instead of being heretics, they were just kind of like neutral, or like they were just nothing, as opposed to being like the old-fashioned fire and brimstone heretic. I really like that quote.
I couldn't agree more, and there is enough literature to sort of back up that thought process and that opinion. In Masechet Megillah, the tractate of Megillah, it says anyone that doesn't believe in idol worship is called a Jew.
Yeah. And
the attitude over there is because they're talking sort of to an old school atheist over there, or heretic over there, which basically he's not buying into the idols and to the stones and to the rocks. He's also not really interested in the quote unquote man in the sky. But Judaism is almost saying, the Talmud is saying, once you've reached that level of you realize it's not the man in the sky, you're basically almost there as being full Jew again, recognizing. So like they're saying like, yeah, you're almost there. And Rihal says that, I can't remember if it's 80 or 50. Someone needs to go through a tremendous amount of levels of heresy before he reaches the other side, basically, because that is the true journey. Unfortunately, if people, and due to our history, people were very scared of whether it's intermarriage or cross-pollination with other cultures. So locking into ourselves and building this robust exoskeleton of Jewish law, it saved us, but in a certain way, definitely in today's times, it acts as a hindrance in a certain way.
Yeah.
You have to recognize how to dance that delicate dance.
Okay, not to like, belabor this point, but a huge thing that I don't think even a lot of Jews realize is that we believe that along with the Messiah obviously comes, prophecy returns and the Sanhedrin returns. A lot of rabbinic stringency also will fall away. Like there could come a time when there is no problem with whatever using toilet paper a certain way or not on Shabbos, because that was anyways enacted by a rabbinic court at some, or not a court, but like a rabbinic consensus. There's nothing stopping another rabbinic consensus from undoing it in theory. So it's not like we're, to your point, right? We're not like locked into a bunch of rules that kind of like don't make sense. And they're kind of like this alienating bunch of laws. It's like that there is a sort of unified whole, and it can change, and it has changed.
Yes. However, the change in Judaism is reactive, not proactive. And it usually has more time to react. And over like a course of like 50 years, it starts with saying like, this is heresy, burn this book, refrigerators are the devil work. And then like 50 years down the line, they're like, you know what, cold food actually makes sense. And we'll figure out how to do this. The fear is, you hit upon a few things. One is you're talking about the difference of the Torah of Moses and quote unquote exile to the Torah of Messiah returning back to the land and how that manifests. Secondly, like you said, there are some things that we potentially will become more stringent about, and there's other things that we potentially become more lenient about. And I think there are political elements that we have to take into consideration that are going to buck against this. So, for example, the former chief rabbi of Israel. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm giving you a headache driving around. There's no goddamn parking over here anywhere. Baruch Hashem. 1 second. Sorry, guys.
Where are you going to work? Are you going to go design a house, or?
I am going to work. I'm going to see about designing some houses. Speak to some clients about having a better attitude.
Oh, then you must know and be a fan of 770 Eastern Parkway then.
Ryan just kind of learned about 770.
Yeah, I work in commercial real estate sales in Brooklyn, and I had a request by a chassid I was talking with. He says, whatever's closest to 770. I had no idea. And we just talked about it for a while. So there you go. I didn't know it was copied. There's some in Israel, Chavada. So yeah. I want a house just like that. I'll hire you.
Oh, he's probably gonna log back on his computer or something. Yeah. I like the idea about like you becoming like just like ambiently like. It's like, Ryan, why does your house look like the inside of 770? Like you're not even Jew. You're just like, I don't know, just like it's a nice building. Like
close to me. This is where I sit down. I call it my Rebbe quarter. I don't really know why, but it just kind of resembles it.
That's hilarious.
What is how did you meet
Chezi?
Yeah, Chezi.
I think
that was in Israel, or
his full first name I believe is actually Hezekiah.
I was gonna say maybe it was an Ezekiel derivative.
It might be Yechezkel. That's actually more likely, but both are mighty names. Those are two of my favorite biblical figures, Ezekiel and Hezekiah, for different reasons. But
I like Yeshua.
Which one? Ben Nun or of Nazareth?
No, I just pulled that out of my ass.
Oh, well, because you know that Jesus' name is Joshua. Like, you know that whole connection?
Yeah.
No,
I recently, one of my favorite trivia questions to bring with people is, in terms of Christian ideology, what all the little like INRI is on the cross, or IHS, the Greeks. So all works.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. Like, if you referred to Jesus of Nazareth as like Rabbi Josh, that would be extremely offensive and ridiculous, but that is not wrong. And I don't know.
Rebbe Josh.
Reb Josh. Chezi, are you a Yechezkel or a Hezekiah?
I'm Yechezkel Shraga Halevi Spiro.
Boom. There you go. But unfortunate, and I do say this unfortunately. Okay, Hezi, wait, is that your mic that's like freaking out?
Hey, Kirby, 1 second.
Did somebody else just join in? Oh, Trey. Oh my God, man. Hey, man, what's happening, Trey?
Is this better?
Yes, it is.
Hello.
What's going on?
Just driving, as per usual.
Why are you guys driving? Don't you know you're creating greenhouse gases and killing like baby koalas?
Oh yeah.
Don't all koalas have syphilis too?
Shabbat's over, right? Yeah, Shabbat's over, so I'm good on that. Oh, it doesn't
Shabbat is
matter.
definitely over.
Okay, cool, great. Oh yeah, that would make sense. Yep. Yep.
Hello, Trey. I hope you had a eventful and productive week.
Is that my boy Hezi?
It's your boy.
Trey is super ghetto and based, and he loves to surf. And he's also like, he wants to become a Greek Catholic, right?
He wants to become a Noahide.
Oh,
I don't think I should become a Noahide. I think I'm gonna bully all the other Noahides.
yeah, because it's a fake. It's a meme religion. You said.
I'm having a bunch of thoughts on Noahide.
You were a J-dub. You were I'm not Ryan, in case you needed reminding, we don't say God's name, but you've heard of the J witnesses. Trey was a JW at one point.
Yeah.
That
I
can't
actually
be true.
believe in my religion, unlike other
Actually? That's insane.
Trey for real.
Yeah.
Trey's for real.
Oh my God. I walk past one of their main buildings on Central Park West like every day. Just at jw.org, some nondescript building, and
the Watchtower.
Oh yeah.
What's
Hey,
the origin of
only
what's the origin of calling it the
144,000.
Watchtower?
Oh, that's their magazine, right?
Yeah.
Max, did you get any good Torah thoughts on this weekly portion?
No, I have been I was a little busy this week, and now that I'm on a bit of a break from school, I'm kind of I'm gonna catch up. I didn't have any take on the story of Joseph. In theory, this is Hebrew Bible study, but I think we've talked more about the New Testament and like stuff.
Well, that's a classic Jacob form, though. If you're talking more about the New Testament and more about Jesus.
At the beginning, there was almost nobody here. I was like talking out loud to myself about like why Hanukkah is not mentioned in the New Testament except for on one occasion, and it was an interesting discussion I was having with myself. But I don't know. Do you have
controversial?
It is, and it's absence pretty much in rabbinic literature at first too. I mean, it's in the Talmud, but it's just not it's not given too much attention.
First of all, it's hidden in the Talmud, like and the tractate of Shabbat, of Sabbath, on the second chapter. But some people say that was due to they have to keep these things on the DL. Jews beating other groups. So people were loving that. But more specifically, my grandfather was a big believer that the miracle, what we're celebrating, is the fact that we're celebrating the rabbinic authority to make such a claim. Basically, that this is a holiday, right? Because you don't necessarily see the hand of God coming out. There isn't like a prophet that's being spoken to. Rather, there's an ordeal that happens, and the leadership decides this must have been divine. We're instituting a holiday. That's a pretty big move.
Yeah, it's a very. It reminds me a lot of Purim in that way of being the kind of late biblical or like post-biblical holiday, and being more about seeing, as you said, like seeing the hand of God in what is really just like a bunch of human beings making like decisions on their own without a prophecy or without a prophetic consciousness. I think that is kind of the power of the day, which I guess explains why. But then again, you would expect it to have more of a presence in the New Testament, in the Second Temple period, in the Gemara, in the Talmud. Like it's just not really, it's just not there. Well,
it's discussed. Well, there's also a sense where that originally they were celebrating the victory, and unfortunately there was a tremendous amount of death as well. And a few years later, they institute the lights, right? And this is really to focus on that more. So there are different historical reasons why also these things would it would bubble up a little later on and have less of like a continuity to it. But
also the Hasmoneans failed, like they became the bad guys, the Hellenizers, like a couple generations later. So it's not exactly only triumphant.
And you're touching upon a very like they say that so Maimonides talks about this as well, that the Hasmonean ruled for 200 years.
Yeah.
And you look back, you're like, but 200 years, a lot of those years were just like almost half of those years were corruption and like bad news. But there's a sense of like, if you take a step back, though, it still was Jews in power. Excuse me for a moment.
It was still the Jews with their usury. Well, yeah, he's not here, but something I really like about that element of Hanukkah, like the fact that in case anybody needs a quick refresher, the Hasmoneans, the Hashmonim, they fight this civil war. It's mostly a civil war against the Hellenizing forces within the Jewish world, as well as the Greek, the Seleucid Empire. And they win, but as Chazi was just saying, what immediately follows is their corruption and their retreat and like falling back into exactly what they fought against, which is Hellenization and Greek culture and like a real lack of piety. But what I always love about this holiday and love about that element is that is still true today, where like Americanized Jews are the ones that love Hanukkah the most. And I do think there's a beautiful, like a genuinely like powerful and beautiful irony to like the holiday being so popular amongst the people that would have been the enemy of the story if they were alive then. Like it's a really, I don't know, it's a cute element. I like it. I think it reveals something about the holiday. Well,
I mean, this in a certain way, I'm trying to think if this is going to be a stretch or not, but it relates to the weekly portion. In that you see again another version of Judaism bumping up against a different culture, or let's say a powerful culture of the time. So Jacob comes to the land and he settles in the land. The name of the portion is, and he settled, Vayeshev, which actually means he sat, but it means he settled. And we learned that we see from Jacob that as far as he's concerned, this is the beginning of like the messianic era, so to speak, right? I'm back. I'm no more wandering like a nomad, and I'm back in my land, and I could dwell here where my forefathers dwelt, and it's all going to be relaxed. But then comes Joseph and has these visions, right, of the night and the stars, and that symbolizes like exile, being out, and we Israelites or Hebrews at the time are illuminating the sky. And then he has another dream, which is we're collecting these bundles of wheat. And the Israelites at the time, or the Hebrews at the time, they deal with cattle and sheep. They're not dealing with any wheat. And there's another sense over here of we need to sustain the world. We need to take on this new technology, so to speak. Now his brothers they're giving a pushback to this. They're like, Joseph, you don't remember because when you were born, we basically left Laban's house. But Jacob, our father, tried to interact, like be a Jew be a Jew in the center, basically, move from the periphery back into the world center and try to influence from there. And it was a fail with Abraham and Elimelech, and it was Avimelech, and it was a failure with Jacob and Laban, and there is a pushback to this in a certain extent. And this is a real question, which is when Abraham gets blessed by God and tells him that the nations of the world will be blessed through you, does that happen through a universal message, as in do we leave the periphery and go to the center, or we continue what Abraham did, which is leave the center, right? Leave Haran, leave Nahor's house, and move into the periphery and try to bring people onto you. Yeah. And we see this attempt happen, and this is in a certain sense also what we call in Judaism Messiah, son of Joseph, which is there is an element where we are trying to take on and integrate the universal elements. Unfortunately, these have failed multiple times.
Yeah.
So even with Hanukkah, you could see again where when Alexander the Great comes in, there's a sense where like, oh, maybe there'll be some sort of unification, maybe there'll be some sort of synthesis, but unfortunately, that also fails. Obviously, today that relates to the tensions going on in Israel with it being a Jewish and democratic state. Democratic state, functioning as the secular body representing by Messiah, son of Joseph, and the Jewish state. But ultimately, both need to hold hands and work together. It's just very difficult.
Well, they cry when it's Judah and Joseph. Judah. It's Yehuda. When they meet in Egypt, finally, right? They cry on each other's shoulder. And I really liked what you said about agriculture and husbandry, like farm animals being also part of this, because you see that right from the first page of the Bible, which is Cain and Abel, and that tension between like settling and pastoral life. And you also see that with like David and like King Saul, in a way of like, a way of life that's kind of like, we would say like Malchus de Malchus, like a kind of emptiness, and like the Judah perspective versus like the Yosef perspective of being like the tzaddik, the saint who's like perfect. It's Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel in like Talmudic lingo. Like I really know what you mean. And I feel like with what's going on now, like it's this kind of abstract theological question of like how much you can integrate the rest of the world into your own like personal spiritual like posture. With what's going on in Israel, you see that age-old question is still like so real. It's not like we solved it and then modernity happened. Like
no
we're
way.
Still asking the question of like, should we raise cattle or should we be farmers? Like that is still the question in some like convoluted way. That is still the question of like the Jews and of every people on earth right now.
I mean, it's why it's difficult because the tension comes up with, if you don't believe in that story of Judah, right, then you are a colonizer. You shouldn't be in his land.
Yeah.
And if you do, then, I mean, unfortunately, Israel does not practice at all in any sort of conversation with regards to our cousins living in the land, the Ishmaelites, with, eventually they need to be welcomed back into the tent. And no one has that kind of conversation with them. But obviously there's much reform to be done in Islam. That's a whole other can of worms. We don't necessarily have to open up. But yeah, there's a beautiful beautiful midrash that talks about how King Jeroboam, who is from the lineage of Ephraim, who is from Joseph, God tells him, turn from your wayward ways, and you will get to walk with me in the Garden of Eden, so to speak. You, me, and Messiah, son of David, will walk together. And Jeroboam hears this and says, who's first? And God says, well, son of David is first. And Jeroboam says that I'm not interested. Mm-hmm. And that is in a certain sense, I mentioned this in the past, but I'll say it again, that there was this culmination going on in Israel before the war. There was these reform battles going on, at which I believe culminated in Yom Kippur, where there was people praying on publicly in the street, and people came and made a whole brouhaha. But I saw this image of the rabbis getting off, the cantor getting off the stage, and this woman jumped on with like a pride flag and was waving it around.
Yeah.
And to me, that was symbolic. Well, there was that, and then there's another picture. There's another Reform rabbi that had sent a picture out of the ark open. It's a small little ark that has inside like a Torah scroll, and next to it is this printed like on this canvas, like the Declaration of Independence, but it's the same scale.
Yeah.
And to me, what I saw was, it's less with my issue with the gay pride, and I think homosexuals and LGBTQ, they should have rights, and that's all very nice conversation. But there was a sense where it was almost saying, no, Judaism, you go back into the closet.
Yeah.
We want to now take center stage. And when I saw this other picture from this Reform rabbi, he was saying both the Declaration of Independence and the Torah scroll, they're both at the same level and the same value. And that's very much Jeroboam saying, like, I don't want to be second.
Yeah.
And that is still a conversation we have to be having over here.
And
very difficult.
I don't think the rest of the world really understands like how explosive that whole issue was and how this war kind of put an end to it, because people were just losing their minds over that judicial reform stuff.
Yep.
And if you're me and you're kind of first of all, I have a side in that issue, but also like I'm an American and it's not really my issue fundamentally. Like you look at that issue and you're just like laughing because you see these people screaming like, we are not a theocracy, like as if Benjamin Netanyahu is like the mullahs of Iran or something. Like he's going to make Israel like, we're going to force people to not use toilet paper on Shabbos. Like this is ridiculous. And now that that's kind of over, I think again, like the question is going to be like, is this war going to bring a new perspective to the Joseph and Judah issue?
You gotta hope. You hope that the ultra-Orthodox, let's say, which would say more extremely represent Judah, or let's say historical Judah, so to speak. I have my issues with that, but they have to realize that this operation doesn't work if there isn't an army, and this doesn't work if there isn't like a social net, and this structure is necessary. And the secular are going to have to realize that like we're not in Israel to build Switzerland of the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan. If this became too heavy,
No.
you guys were.
Well,
No,
Ryan,
but I hate Switzerland.
Ryan's relationship to all of this is interesting for me because on one hand he's from LA and like has been around Jews his whole life. On the other hand, he works like he sees all their stinginess in his work, so he has to kind of like make his mind. He has to like weigh the.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where do you see the stinginess?
I don't know. I'm kind of making that up, but that's
Like
I
with-
deal with
with,
deal
like,
with a lot
Jews, you
of, no, I those were Max's words. I didn't say that. But
By the way, I relate to it, so like it's fine. I get it.
I work with a lot of Hasidim up in Brooklyn, and so they were smart back when all these areas were like not desirable. They own it all. So now when it comes to sell or buy, like they're very savvy. They know it can be a tough nut to crack culturally because they deal with each other, but at the same time don't always love to do transactional business with each other. I think they like dealing with like outsiders for to represent, but otherwise they're very insular, so you do have to kind of know how to approach them.
Dealing with Jews, it's so we have
love them. You can't live with them. You can't live with them.
yeah, exactly right. You can't live with them, and murder is illegal. I would say that. So October 7th happened, and I have a client comes to me, tells me like, "Listen, I'm not working with any Arabs. No way, it's not happening." I was like, okay, I'm listening to him, like, vent, we can't do this, what they did to our people, blah, blah, blah. He's like, you're going to have to bid it out with only Jewish contractors. So I come back and I tell my partner, I'm like, we're going to see now, is he more racist or is he more Jewish? We'll see. So I come back to him after a few days. I'm like, so Mr. X is going to be 20% more. And his immediate response is like, well, listen, we got to work towards peace. At the end of the day, Ishmael's our cousin. I was like, all right, good. Yeah, you proved your point.
That is the ultimate like Hanukkah, element of like, see, it's always this like additional. It's like bringing in your shtus, your choshech. It's ormin choshech, right? Like it's bringing in the insanity, the shadow, the Jungian shadow, and saying like my like stingy Judas has to like warp. It's like it's like a cholent or something. It all has to find its place, like in the I don't know.
So it was hilarious to me to just hear him.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So it's Jews are an interesting folk, but we're trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think also another Hanukkah element. Chag Sameach, Chezi, by the way. Chanukah Sameach.
Happy holiday.
But a funny thing about the story is like in art, and we were looking at a painting of Judas Maccabeus a second ago, right? You really see how different the like historical reality is from like the artistic one, right? Like you look at this painting and you just think to yourself, well, this person was surely a military genius who wanted to like crush his enemies and blah 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 blah. But from the Jewish point of view, as far as like the earliest historical sources, the Maccabees were the pietists of the day. They were the rabbis. They were the the Yonkels counting money and the oh my God, Moshe, they're coming to take the temple. Like
that's also how they spoke historically. They both had nasal issues and they spoke English.
But they weren't soldiers. I mean, the point of the miracle is that they were a bunch of ragtag guerrilla fighters, not that they were a bunch of like hardened military experts, right?
Yep.
I think that gets lost in the kind of Western treatment of this story in art and literature.
I would say though that just in general, when we talk about like battles in biblical time, all you really needed was like a group of like, I mean, we see this in movies today. Like we have like a group of, let's say 20 skilled warriors. That's considered an army back then. You could do like a tremendous amount of damage back then. So you have to like imagine like, Yoav ben Surya and David, these were badass fighters that you didn't need like hundreds of thousands of, like we're all imagining like the wars of Sparta, for the movie, but like that's correct. It really wasn't that. I mean, even Goliath, you have to take into like, I give this example to my children. Let's say my father-in-law is 6'9".
Yeah.
Right. He's a big man. And we have to imagine, we've seen people out there. So imagine someone the size of LeBron James, which is like 7'2" or something, with that build. And most Jews at the time are like 5'7". Yeah. So that's, the game's over. You're like, aren't you like a great archer? You're like, did you see this dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if David looked that way though.
It's funny. I've actually seen a couple of these in person.
Mm-hmm.
And like Michelangelo's David is actually a pretty like versus Bernini. Like this is actually in person. Hold on, let me make this bigger. Okay, that's the opposite. This statue is much less threatening than this one. Like we've all seen Michelangelo's David, right? A million times. In person, this thing is not that like big of a statue. It's amazing.
It's huge. What are you talking about?
No,
I've been in Florence. I went and saw it. Yeah.
Yep.
No, it isn't. It's not. That
well, I think we're both like it's all relative, obviously, but like, I think.
But it's like a figure study. It's like looking at like I see,
big.
But like the Bernini, it's so mid-action that I think it communicates the tension a lot better. I mean, Michelangelo is just an adoration of form to me. This is like I don't even know like who even is that. It's just it happens to be David.
That's everything you said is true and it's all very interesting. But can we clarify this? When you saw this, were you impressed by its height? I thought it was like only. Than it...
So I don't know who you're asking. Okay.
Ryan, or either of you.
You can take it away, Ryan.
No, I was just say maybe I'm remembering, and like now I'm feeling I'm going to use therapy speech on you. I feel like I'm being gaslit into like that it's some, like tiny pebble or something. But
let me show you something.
That's just his penis.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, no.
I'm amazed it survived. You know, his whole arm was like smashed
Yeah,
off,
yeah.
like a couple things. Yeah, amazingly they got it. Same with the Pietà, they took her nose right off. But
Right.
the
In Florence, it's
how big is
it is it. I mean, it is
17
quite
feet.
big. Right. So
don't
it is.
I guess in my mind it was like this towering thing, and it just
it's 17 feet, but
don't
I don't know if that
know.
includes the base.
I would say that famous. I mean, there's also a famous story about this when I mean, to me, seeing in person Moses was a lot more. Michelangelo's Moses was a lot
The one
more
for the Pope's
inspiring.
tomb.
Yeah, right by near the Colosseum. But on that one, when he finished building it, when he finished sculpting it, he threw his chisel, they say, at the knee, or he yelled at it, "Speak," or like "Rise," or something. Like he was so enamored by what he built. You can imagine the people around him looking at him, being like, "Michelangelo, what a nut."
what a nut. Wait, okay, I feel like I'm now misremembering this because this is actually huge. I feel like if not this, there was some other.
There's a
like,
copy that's outside. Did you go in?
No, I went in. Man, I have the little. I was gonna show it.
I think you're thinking about the keychain.
No, I have the like booklet. Listen. This booklet was given to me. Okay, outside of the damn place. I was there. I wasn't jonesing for this thing. I don't know. I might be totally misremembering it.
You weren't jonesing for this thing? I mean, you were in Italy by the museum. So I would say, like, you're in the area. How did I get here? This isn't my supermarket.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, this is to me, like, I don't know.
Oh, that's the statue where I remember hearing in a linguistics class about the mistranslation or at the time the understanding with the horns.
The horns. Yeah. In Hebrew, it's
with actual horns.
Yeah.
In Hebrew, it's karan or panav, and that would mean a beam of light. And beam is karen or a beam of light. So, but they saw it as actually, horns.
Mm.
It's such an
silly
odd,
rabbits.
Like why? Like why would they? It's such a weird mistake, like to make though, right?
My dad has a whole like long psychological article about this, about like it's part of like he relates it to like holding the baby, holding Jesus, and then dropping the. If you ever want to go into,
I feel like it's almost a Jew horns, like devil horns.
No.
Some like Borat excerpt.
Yeah, like I feel like they accidentally made Jesus like the evil Jew or something. I mean,
I bought my dad the statue for his anniversary, for his wedding anniversary, even though like I was clearly just thinking about my dad and not my mom. And I don't know why she'd be excited about getting this for her wedding anniversary, but yeah, I was always a big fan of my father's. So I have a lot of these in my house.
I had a shouting match in yeshiva over like Jewish art when I was in my really like poetic kind of fruity like art phase. I was like, why don't Jews make better art? And the guy in yeshiva was like, you idiot, like this is like pagan filth, and like your ancestors died to like fend off the wicked Hellenism that produces this horrific stuff. And I was like, yeah, but look at these beautiful statues of my boy David. And like, I don't know. I still think about it, and I know that it's Hanukkah, so obviously we got to just keep bringing up the damn holiday. But the holiday is basically a question of like, should Jews even be looking at what are we looking at here? Are we looking at a biblical character?
No, you're looking at idol worship right now, and obviously, like if you're bringing it into that context, when I brought it into my house, my dad chipped it off the bat to make sure that it's going to be flawed before he's going to have it inside the house. And my father,
like, what is that?
That is the halachic requirement. You can't have a statue, definitely not a person, that is complete. The idea is to show that like, this means nothing to you ultimately, and it's like you're making sure that it's not it's perfect. It's to make sure that it's downgraded in any way of being understood as idol worship. Now, I have a lot of busts on my bookcase. I have Maimonides, I have Heschel, I have Rav Kook, I have my father makes me all these busts. I have the four that entered the Pardes. I'm sure a lot of people would see that as very problematic.
I'm curious, like how you square this with the
Because it's a little bust of Rabbi Cook, and I live in Israel, right? So, like, if anyone, like, it's in the context of you're in my house right now. You see my kids; they're learning in school, in a Jewish day school. I have a yarmulke on my head, and it's a bust of a rabbi that I have his books also there, and there's another bust of a rabbi that completely contradicts him. So, like, both of them obviously can't be my savior or my God,
Yeah.
and both of these, so like, these are yeah, that's it. My bust, I have glasses on, but.
Oh, maybe it's this one.
Yeah, there you go.
Rav Cook is one of the most amazing people like ever, and he's
Hands
somebody
down.
who I don't think can really be like articulated like why he's so brilliant to somebody who's not in the kind of like basically Anglosphere Jewish world and Israel. You know, like somebody who, like, for example, the fact that Rav Kook was such a big fan of Matisse, which is
Mhm.
unheard of for a rabbi to have a favorite painter. Like, that does not bespeak like a rabbi that looks like this. And the fact that he was so like, that doesn't mean anything unless you're around the like mainstream Jewish attitude that exists in this world. You don't realize like how much Rav Kook kind of brought to the table and what's like possible. I don't know if I'm articulating that properly, but to me, he's like, oh my God. I mean, he's everything, you know? And
Well, I mean, he was definitely trying to synthesize a lot of ideas. He was aware of Jung. He was aware of saying, so there's which is why also Rabbi Soloveitchik was very impressive, which is why Moses was impressive.
yeah,
I mean, we learned that Moses comes from after he leaves Egypt, he
he marries
goes
foreign women.
to, I mean, he goes to Jethro, and we know that Jethro was practicing all different versions of religion at the time, and his mindset was that I understand that there is something unified behind all these things, but I can't identify which one is the real one. So I'm going to be practicing all these things. There's a story about how he has planted in his garden. Jethro has the staff of Abraham that's brought down through the family lineage, and it is planted in his garden, and there's a tree there, and on it is written also the Tetragrammaton.
Yeah,
And it's the first King Arthur story, basically, where he says, anyone that manages to pull this out of the ground can marry my daughter. And come Moses, and obviously Moses manages to take it out as well, and he gets elected. But the point is that Moses is coming to the Israelites with a background of the Egyptian culture and the Canaanite culture, and those modes and methods of understanding. We also know that Abraham himself is already coming with a theological suitcase from Haran that he is going to utilize, and there's cultural appropriation happening over here to a lot of these concepts, which the Zohar even brings on with the phylacteries, right? These are things that we're getting from the phylacteries that the Egyptians wore.
Yeah.
And the Zohar talks about how, them having the hawk and the serpent, what that means towards like the spheres. But either way, there's a sense where even God is recognizing that I have created this beautiful world, and in this world, people have over the years managed to figure out certain technologies that allow them to relate to me. So, if the Jews need that, if the Jews need to have a structure of two cherubs on the ark, right? Now, we're going to make it different, obviously, because cherubs usually represent the chariot, and on top of our cherubs, there's nothing, right? Yeah. We don't see anything on top. So obviously there's
well, they're bowing down towards an invisible God. I mean, that's the novelty of them. Yeah.
Right. But that's still
beautiful gold.
A, it's still beautiful gold, and B, there's a recognition, which is God saying, like, yeah, for all intents and purposes, use this technology to bring the message forward. So when Rav Kook looks at Matisse, he's saying, I'm seeing structure, I'm seeing form, I'm seeing someone manipulate and play with colors and abstract ideas to eventually elevate a higher idea. After 2,000 years of exile, though, we get very nervous from those types of interpretations.
Yes. What you said is so true about God meeting Israel where they are in the desert, because and I don't know why it would be controversial to say that maybe in some circles, but I mean, Rashi already, this is not, this is Pshuto Shel Mikra, right? He says that Tosafot is Afriki. It's Milashin Afriki. It's the language of another culture. And that God understands very well that the Jews, like all people, appreciate gold. They appreciate architecture. They appreciate spirituality and the trappings of spirituality, and that God gives them a way to channel those desires. I mean, there's a classic kind of understanding of, I believe this is the Sefer HaKuzari that mentions Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, that the tabernacle was a concession to the human desire to have a beautiful building where you can meet God, and that ideally before the Chet HaEgel, before the sin of the golden calf, there was not going to be a tabernacle. And that's such, if he didn't come and say that, you would never think that. But he brings the sources and like his reasoning of like, you know, again, God meets man where he is in a very real way, and whether it's tefillin or the Ark of the Covenant or whatever. You know, those are all examples of that. This, by the way, is an Islamic miniature of a very famous story, a story that I love, that I think talks about all of this, but it's actually not in the Bible. It's in rabbinic literature, and it ends up in the Quran somehow. Ryan, have you ever heard the story of Abraham and the furnace of the Chaldeans?
I know a lot of Chaldeans because they're still active in Detroit, but no, I don't know this story.
Assyrians?
Well, the Chaldeans are like the Christian. They're like Christian.
Yeah. So I'll tell you very briefly the story, and I think you're gonna get a kick out of it. And for me, it's something that everything we're talking about here kind of flows into this story, which is that when Abraham is a boy, you know, he realizes that idolatry makes no sense because God's invisible, and making a picture out of like the rain god is like, what, you know, come on now. And his father, Terach, right, in Hebrew, Terach was a fashioner of idols. So this is something he really grew up with. He grew up around it.
All types of idols, by the way. Just already there was a seedling of doubt, because he was selling stores, which is saying like, you want Air Jordans, you want Nikes, you want Skechers, like it's all
many idols. And he realizes that this is stupid. So while his father is gone, he destroys all of them but one. And his father comes back and he says, "You've destroyed my livelihood. What have you done?" And he says, "No, this idol destroyed the other ones." And his father says, "What are you talking about? It's just a piece of wood." And he says, "Well, then why do you worship it?" And this prompts his father to bring him to the authorities, which are the Chaldeans, you know, the pagan Assyrians or whatever. Not Assyrians, but in Syria, Iraq today. And the king basically says, like, you need to worship our gods if you're going to live here. And Abraham has this whole rigmarole of like, well, you worship the fire god. Well, you should really be worshiping water because water douses fire. And if you're going to worship the water god, you might as well worship the god of the earth because the earth absorbs the water. And he shows how ridiculous it is to worship a god that isn't infinite, basically. And as punishment, he gets thrown in the pit. And all of this backstory now, all of this matters to what I'm about to say. Abraham gets thrown in the pit as pictured, and he lives, obviously, because God does a miracle for him. And then his brother sees that God performed a miracle for Abraham, and he says, "I too will believe in the God that Abraham believes in." He jumps into the fire and is burnt to death. No miracle. And to me, the story is there's so many details in it, but
that's obvious, actual fire, like
that's fire.
He's an Islamic representation of like holiness.
No, he's preserved in the fire, the furnace. Wow. And to me, there's, you know, it's such a, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Why did he not get his miracle?
His brother?
Yeah, he wasn't sincere in that sentiment, I guess.
So that's
faith
the question.
Isn't enough, kind of
Yeah. I was gonna say, you see it happen again with the sons of Aaron.
Yeah. Nadav and Avihu.
They bring in a foreign fire and they get engulfed with it. And the idea is like, but these are like, what did they not know? The idea is intentionality. The deal is the proper orientation. If you are jumping into a flame because like you're like, oh, he did it for him, that's not the kind of level of orientation and belief you need to survive such a hard ordeal. And we don't have to look at it as like physical flames, but we have to look about it like someone that's very strong in his belief. It makes it through some horrible ordeal, loses his family, loses the child. If someone else sees it and is like, I could do it too, because I'm just going to go to church, like that's not necessarily going to work out for you well if you don't have that embedded inside you and you don't feel fully confident with that belief structure. I'm going to have to bust out. I just wanted to say two things that dovetail with something you were saying. One is that definitely as far as God doing this dance together with us and wanting us to co-create or be involved with him, you could see, and using Islam here as to sort of set this dichotomy, in the Bible, we're told that, and we have a verse where God says, talking to the divine council, so to speak, let's see what Adam names the animals, and then we're sort of going to co-sign off of it. And there's a sense of it where God is saying off the bat, I want you to do this dance together with me. And in Islam, the story is different. Is God gives Adam the animal names. Yeah. And that has more to do with submission. Same thing with the name. Yishmael is listening to God, to his word, and doing as you're told. Yisrael is battling with God because there's a sense of, I want you to wrestle with me. And I'll end this with, when the tabernacle is built, God tells Moses this divine blueprint, and he gives him a certain order of how he's going to do it. Moses then goes to Bezalel and tells him in a different order how to do so. And Bezalel, the artist, says, okay, that's very nice, Moses. Now let me do my work. And let me now try to manifest what these divine concepts mean. And I'm going to now create a menorah or what these concepts. So if this is in a true sense, then Bezalel finishes and says, okay, here are all the divine puzzle pieces I built. Yeah. However, Moses, you need to put this together. This was your brainchild. And we need to see if these divine concepts that you brought down from the hilltop, or that the prophet or that the philosopher brings from his machinations of his brain, can you actually build this into policy that manifests and actually works? Yeah. And Moses has to construct it for the first time, and then it fills with the glory of God, and that shows that it actually worked. But that, in a true sense, that's something that we struggle doing today, taking a divine concept and actually having it materialize in the world itself. But that is definitely an invitation. Yeah. Oh my God, the great Rebbe himself joined us.
Yankel Federici, Tzaddik.
Max, your Jewish accent is horrible.
Is this a Persian on Ashkenazi?
I think he means
racist.
Max, I think he means Shavua Tov. It's so nice to see
Shavua Tov.
Wow.
Wow. It's so nice to see you. Ryan, who are you?
Ryan is a good friend of mine. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah, it's been knowing Max is itself a huge ordeal.
Yes, I can imagine. I'm not supposed to tell you, but I really need to know. Max, did you get your Hanukkah present or not?
Oh, I'm not at my. Okay, Jacob. No, I'm not at home right now. The address I gave to that thing is not where I currently am, but I will be there soon.
Okay. Just as long as something arrived.
Beseder, as they say. As those weird Arabs like Chazi say, Beseder.
Beseder.
Beseder. Yeah, everything you said is true, Chazi. I don't want to keep you, but
because Jacob joined, I'm gonna give it a few more minutes. I miss Jacob.
Ryan, Jacob's the Rebbe of this scene. Which, by the way, why is nobody here? Normally these get a lot of views and
people like me. They don't like you.
That's ridiculous because how would they know before clicking the link? Come on. But another element of this story of Abraham and the Chaldeans is that, to your question, Ryan, why didn't he get a miracle? Because that's the question. Wait, where did my screen go?
I moved it to actually see people's faces as opposed to
Okay.
the same thing we've been watching forever.
Okay. Fine. Get rid of it then. I don't care. But
you can come back. I mean, you can always bring it back.
I don't need to see that little doodle. Let's get out of here. I can look at
Ryan,
manuscript-
why are you friends with this guy?
It's a
And-
long story, dog.
And why
I
did you
thought he was
let him
somebody- I
take
thought he
over
was
my
somebody else,
channel?
that I just never, and then I just never corrected it.
It was too much of a hassle to send it back to Amazon. You're just like, okay.
Do you also go to USC?
No, we went to high school in LA together at Campbell Hall. I went out to Michigan where it's cold. He stayed and learned jazz where it's warm, and we diverged from there, but we keep in touch.
You're at Ann
usually
Arbor,
over-
or?
Ann Arbor, yeah. And I'm in New York now, so I get my dosage of. I was just telling Kaisi, and we were talking about. I get my most of my Jewish dosage from all the Brooklyn Hasidic owners.
Ryan
most
Haggerty
of my
doesn't
exposure.
sound like a very Jewish name.
He asked he came on the stream because I invited him, and he said, Max, what's going on with 770? Like, why are they obsessed with this building?
We
And I'm
we
like,
don't
"Man,
allow any Gentiles on this channel. Like the vast
not true.
majority of
That's
the
not
people
true.
who watch this channel are definitely
Christians.
not Gentiles.
they're
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
Christians."
Oh, they are. Yeah. I don't know why people watch this channel. Like Chezi and I sit there.
I think they hope for Bible study. That's what they're hoping for. But
Chezi and I like get into these arguments that like you have to be like really, really involved in Judaism to have any clue what we're saying. And these people who speak zero Hebrew watch these discussions somehow for some reason I don't get.
I mean,
But-
people just love to learn. Like, I think Joe Rogan came and proved that to everybody, that people like long form discussions and they like these kind of endless babbling, content.
I'm
like
really good at endless babbling.
Me too.
So
Jewish trait, and not to your credit.
You're in New York. Are you still studying, or what are you doing these days?
Oh, me? No, I was gonna say Max. We're like the same grad year, so it's like, but he's still in school, so he's an idiot. But
Putz.
I graduated a couple years back. Did some corporate work. I do commercial real estate sales. That's how 770 came up. I was dealing with some Hasidim out there, and they asked to stay in close proximity, and then that opened up a whole can of worms, and that's kind of great building. I had no idea, but working in Brooklyn, you get a lot of that sort of exposure.
Yeah. So when you're dealing with Orthodox Jews, being within walking distance of certain places makes for a real premium. And there's a lot of real estate brokers who specialize in what's called Eruv areas, which is areas that are really close to certain synagogues or whatever. Yeah. So there are micro real estate things with it that are very important to Orthodox Jews. So there you go.
Yeah.
Jacob?
Chazi,
Can you give us a pearl of Torah wisdom?
Pearl of Torah wisdom. I don't know much Torah.
So, why is the story of Hanukkah not in the Bible?
It's in
Firm's
the
in the
Christian Bible. It's in some
Okay.
Christian
Why
Bibles.
is it not in the Bible?
It's not in the Bible because the Hasmoneans, the Hashmonaim, were Kohanim. They were of the priestly tribe, and they arrogated the kingship to themselves. And Judaism believes in a division of powers. And so the rabbis were unhappy with the way the Hasmoneans decided to rule Israel.
Why didn't Abraham's brother?
Happy? Stop that.
Oh,
Yes.
we got a cat.
No,
Coach and the
Happy's a dog.
Happy's a
The
whatever.
cat is Shadow.
and
Yes,
that is
you are
the
seeing Shadow.
do the
Shadow.
bit-
Shadow figured out how to turn the fan on in my bathroom, and she apparently likes it to be on. So she keeps on turning it on.
Well, there you go. So why didn't Abraham's brother get his miracle? Why wasn't he saved from the fire of the Chaldeans?
This may be the very first time that I have ever even thought of Abraham's brother, although he must have had one.
Well, in that medrash, I mean,
I don't know that medrash very well. You want to pull up the medrash?
well, I kind of just told it over, but if you know where it is,
I don't know where that medrash is. No.
He had a sister, Yiska, right? And Milcah. Milcah is the mother of, is the grandmother of Rivka. Yeah, and there's Yiska.
Give me back
What's his brother's name, though?
You can change it if you
Oh,
want.
this is some pagan filth with Zoroastrianism. Get out of
Ryan, you could jump in and say, like, guys, what's happening here?
Ryan's like, what am I doing on this YouTube channel? And who are these Jews?
Ryan, I have way cooler friends who make way more money and have way more sex than these guys.
Oh, so
Yeah, no, I know Jasper.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm married, so like, I think I got that pretty down.
Yeah.
So-
You're married. You're married. Okay.
and he is one of the top builders in Jerusalem. So
I don't know about
he's
that.
got the money down too. So
Haran is
don't know
his
what you're
brother.
talking about. Midrash Rabbah, Genesis Rabbah. It said chapter 38.
38. I don't want to pull up the source. I don't like reading the sources inside.
Yeah, we've noticed.
So
I have it up.
oh, okay. Get that ad out of here, man.
It's not an ad. Oh, it is an ad. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, there we go.
You're gonna read all this?
38 what?
I don't know. Command F Abraham, dude.
Command F.
You're older than the internet, so like there's no excuse. Man, I've been tweeting out some bangers on my private Twitter, and
Bangers.
just they're really
I don't
problematic.
think I follow you on Twitter.
Yeah,
What-
Ryan, I'm gonna
what is-
have to
what
give
is
you
your
my
handle?
ad. You're gonna really
Yeah.
I just can't dox myself too hard.
Okay.
But Ryan, I'm trying to come to New York at some point because everybody is there.
You wanna get back to Eastern Parkway?
Yeah, I gotta get to 770, man.
Hmm.
No, but I want to like see my friends, including you, of course.
You know, I ran into B the other day.
Oh my God, what is she?
Not
up
to, not to, I don't want to like take away. I just want to say I forgot to tell you.
Yeah, no.
that
What's
I was
she up
walking.
to?
I was walking up Broadway, going back to Harlem, and I
Okay.
was like, "B, Ryan."
Right?
Yeah, no. and-
Isn't
and
it
so we
like
chatted for
2
some-
a.m. in New York?
Right now it is. Yeah. So I'll have to wrap soon. But I wanted to tell you that, and I told her the joke about the challah loaf. Killed again.
Killed.
Great.
Good joke.
Yeah, of course. And then she said to say hi to you.
What is she up to?
I think unemployed.
Okay, I'm gonna dox myself a little bit because you of course remember Jackson. So Jackson was recently with an old friend of mine, the girl from Mad Men, and they were they were at like some party or something, and she was like, "Oh, you know Max Beck," and da 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 da. This is me and Timothy Chalamet in 2017.
So you're doxing your friends?
I love that.
Timothy
But-
Chalamet is not my friend. He's one of the most famous actors alive. Jacob.
Who's Timothy Chalamet?
He's Willy Wonka.
He's Willy Wonka.
Timothy Chalamet?
You don't know Timothy Chalamet?
He's in that gay movie.
Call Me by Your Name. Yeah. with that cannibal.
Oh,
so
he's French. Why would I know a French actor?
No. He's French
American.
American. Like his dad is French. He grew up in New York.
Chalamet is spelled Chalamet. The man is French.
No, but he's
Yes,
American.
yes,
he's
that's right.
American. Like,
No, you can't be American with that last name.
Can you be American with the name Federici?
Nope.
It sounds Italian.
Everybody keeps on telling me my name is Italian. My name is not Italian.
Is it not?
It is not Italian.
Persian.
It's not Persian.
Yeah, it is.
It's Turkish.
What? Are you?
Oh.
No way. I thought you were like fully a Persian Jew.
I am.
Okay, interesting. I'm learning a little bit more about the etymology of Federici, which is, what does it mean in Turkish?
It means person who makes who sells manufactured cloth.
Get the hell out of here.
And we need to go back to names that are descriptive like that. Like your profession should be your name.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Ryan, but what
So
that
I'll
ends
tell
up
you,
meaning is my what does your last name mean? Well, my last name is unemployed blogger who lives in Chinatown.
No, it's he who blogs in Chinatown.
He who blogs. Yeah. They
So,
who blog.
I can tell you the story of my last name. So I'm named after my great grandfather Jacob, and my great grandfather Jacob was the type of person who, by the end of his life, had married 4 women, 2 simultaneously, and I am descendant of his 3rd wife. When my great grandmother died, his 4th wife, Grandma Miriam, decided that the only reason she was sticking around was because she liked my great grandmother, her sister wife, and left and moved to Chicago. And my great grandfather ended up living alone despite having 4 wives and like 20 kids. He ended up living alone. He was that type of guy. So when the Shah of Iran made it a law that everybody had to go register for last names, the way it worked was, if you wanted this, whoever got there first got the last name, and if you wanted the same last name as somebody else who lived in the same like county, you had to get written permission from that person. So my great grandfather was the oldest son, and his father's name was Eliyahu, and he wanted Eliyahu Zadeh, which means son of Elijah, right? And he went to register that, and the registrar said, "No, your younger brother already got that name." So he had to go ask his younger brother for written permission to have the same last name. And when he went to do that, so my family, apparently they've been cloth merchants forever. His younger brother told him, "Sure, I'll sign if you get me a bolt of fatura." Fatura was manufactured cloth, which despite what all the Luddite artisan bullshit people think, like manufactured cloth is much better than most handmade cloth. And so the story goes that my great grandfather got him a bolt of fatura, threw it at him, and named us Faturaci, which means person who sells fatura.
I love that.
So that's how we ended up with Faturaci.
Yeah,
You don't
Beck doesn't come anywhere close to that, unfortunately.
You don't want to know.
You just doxed him. He doesn't let
Oh my
anybody know his last name.
You can find it easily at this point.
Not only that, there's like 1 billion Max Becks in the world. How many Jacob Federicis are there?
There's one.
That's
There's
so
one.
true.
So
There's
There's
actually
only one Max
2.
Beck in my heart.
My cousin Jacob Federici also went to USC. He was a music major, and he was Ashley Tisdale's guitarist.
I didn't know she needed one of those.
She, yeah, she sang and had a guitarist. So there you go.
That's true.
Jacob, did you ever meet?
But he spells Fatorecci differently than I do. Go ahead.
Did you ever
Wait, Max,
meet?
Max. Jacob is right. I better wrap up. It's like it's almost 2:30 in the morning, so I'm gonna let you get to. It's been.
Wait.
But yes, come to New York anytime. Look, wait.
So yeah. Okay.
What is that?
Nice. It's a book. We're gonna do book club. It's a book by Vladimir Nabokov. How many
I'm coming
chapters
to
are there?
LA also.
Epic.
From the 16th to January 9th.
That is a long break.
I know. I'm going to be working remote some of it too. But like,
yeah,
if
sure.
you're around,
somebody makes way too much money.
I don't. I have a good commission, so it's zero money.
Hold on. How many chapters? Nabokov Pnin. Let's divide this up intelligently.
Okay.
Oh, it has 10 chapters. I mean, 2 a week. Is that crazy?
No, that's very reasonable. I've started it already just to like do a first look through, and it's supremely enjoyable. So I'm looking
forward. Doesn't everybody say Nabokov?
Yes, but it's Nabokov.
It's Nabokov.
Vladimir
Nabokov. Yeah, Nabokov is you're a cracker, as they say. Some people say.
Nabokov.
All right, brother. Well, nice to talk as always, and
my pleasure.
We gotta get Jim on this. Isn't this like a Jim forum?
Jim Whiting. Yeah. He would have a lot to say, and I have so many questions for him too. He's like a lost prophet that I need to like reconnect with.
He is a prophet, minor prophet. You could sneak him in there with like some of the other flip through the Bible
like with Muhammad and whatnot.
Yeah, he's like roughly Muhammad's love. 2 chapters a week. We'll be in touch about this.
Now you're gonna get a fat one on you,
and I already have those.
Your life is over.
Also, Ryan. Definitely. We'll do something when you're here, and when I'm there, we'll do something. We'll go to 770. We'll have the Cholent Shabbos afternoon. No, just kidding. But
you have to be careful. There are people who spike that Cholent with all kinds of THC.
I've had it, man. I've had the Cholent in 770
with THC.
Ryan, do you know what Cholent is? It's like a meat stew that we make on Shabbat.
Oh, I thought it was a drink thing.
Oh no,
okay.
No. But when I say
know what happens when you spike Cholent with tubs. Do you know what happens when you spike Cholent with THC and it cooks for 16 hours?
I never had that experience.
I've just
eaten it. I've just eaten this stuff. It's good. It's good Cholent, Anyways, all right, Ryan, get some sleep.
Yeah, get out of here.
All the best.
Later, man. Later.
Pleasure.
Later. So, where is everyone? Because I feel like
there's like a bunch of people watching now.
I wanted like 500 views. And that's just
500 views?
500,000 views.
500,000 views. My channel doesn't get
so I'm not going to ask about your gift, but I'm probably not going to open it until the day everybody opens their thing on live stream, right?
Yes. I chose your gift, and after I chose it, I found out that it was written by one of my former clients.
Okay. I don't want to know anything like that. You can stop there.
I stopped there.
And I'm glad you did. So, okay. And no. Yeah. I started a mimer and I didn't finish it. And that was my Shabbos. So,
why did you mimer of the Rebbe, of the Alter Rebbe, of the Tzemach Tzedek?
I'm actually lying. I learned 2 entire Maimarim or 2 Sichos before Shacharis. We went hard, and then I started something and I didn't finish it, which was Mitzvahs Ner Hanukkah.
Okay, there's a very big difference between a Maimer and a Sicha.
Yeah, but 2 Sichos in one sitting.
2 Sichas in one sitting is a lot of Sichas. Especially considering you don't speak a single language in which you can actually read a sikha.
Yeah, we were reading the Arabic ones. No, just kidding. The Russian ones. No, he doesn't have that. There's like
Your Yiddish. I'm presuming is even worse than your.
I mean,
Hebrew.
Dove was live translate. You know, like
Dove. Yeah. Okay. So Dove.
So you thought I sat down and read that stuff?
Yes.
No way. I'm not there yet, but soon, God willing.
God willing.
Inshallah. God. So yeah, I mean, there's now 6 people. See, as soon as you like joined, you know, everybody has words.
People actually like me as opposed to you.
Why did
you remove Twitter and Twitch?
Huh?
Why did you remove Twitter and Twitch?
From what?
From the broadcast.
Oh, is that why nobody joined?
I don't know if it's why nobody joined, but like
I did that by accident.
Apparently.
So William said I did good.
William would do that.
I'm worried that I've been looking at the screen for the past like 4 hours, and now I'm not going to be able to get good sleep.
Whose fault is that?
It's yours, because I had to babysit your non-existent fandom, and
did you at least do the countdown as you started?
Hell no.
You should do that's the countdown.
I thought I was about to have to wait for that thing to run out. No, that's not my style.
It's not your style to do a countdown?
No.
You're supposed to do a countdown before you start.
That's not my style. You're asking me why I didn't do it. I'm telling you it's not my style.
Nothing is your style.
No, I have style. I have major style.
Major style?
Like crazy style.
Crazy style.
Not everyone does. I get that it's whatever, but
aren't you a music composition major?
No.
Oh, I thought you were a music composition.
I write music.
So how come I've never heard your music?
I mean, I don't know.
You should write a duet.
You watch reality television?
You should write a duet for bassoons so that Jason and Antonio have something to play when they get together.
I'm not going to do that.
But they're the only 2 actual performance artists on my Discord server.
No.
No, they're not?
You know what I'm more likely to do? And this is
what are you more likely to do?
For you and your Persian
is that a what is that? Is that a mandolin?
It's an oud. I'm like sort of teaching myself this thing. Like it's a kind of a I'm like LARPing as a Middle Easterner.
Apparently.
Yeah. No, that's as Persian as I get. And no, I'm like a musician and I write music and that's that. I feel like this weird
what
thing.
What is your PhD in?
It's not really a PhD. It's Doctorate of Musical Arts.
Doctorate of Musical Arts? Is that like so music performance?
It's everything. It's all of it. It's sound engineering and it's playing and it's writing about music academically. Like it's all of this. People have such a hard time. They're like, I had
never heard of a Doctor of Music Arts. Doctor of Music Art. Musical Arts. Doctor. So according to Wikipedia.
I don't care. We don't have to do this rigmarole. Like, who cares? Like, but kids are why Taka me? Like, why am I the problem here? Like, everybody who I know in that world and like certain other, like there's certain elements of my life, people from different parts of my life either really get it and like it doesn't even like It's not even a question. And then there's people that are like, I don't get it. Like, what do you study? Like, what are you gonna do with your life? And
I didn't ask you what you were gonna do with your life.
I know, but like, you know what I mean. Where it's like so not that
USC
deep.
was one of the first schools to have a DMA.
Artists are sensitive. No, I'm not an artist. I really don't use that. I don't identify as an artist. I don't believe in that.
You don't identify as an artist?
No.
Do you identify as an artiste?
No.
That was a joke.
Listen, I really I have my own like concept of who I am and the way I feel about art and music, and I don't want to identify as an artist. I don't want to either.
I see, said the blind man, clear as mud.
This book came up a lot today.
James, the brother of Jesus and the Dead Sea Scrolls 2. I read the first one.
You didn't read this one?
Nope.
This is about Herod, and you're.
The first one made a lot of promises that he never actually did cash.
I thought it was one of the most, like, if you get what he's saying and you're able to like ascertain through the like jargon and whatever, like you get to the bottom of what he's saying, it's a mind-blowing book.
You see, this is the thing. I think he says a bunch of stuff and then he leaves it to the reader to actually.
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls were written by Christians.
Father Stephen disagrees with that.
Okay. Well, Max agrees with it, so.
I mean, we have no records of early Christians not going to the bathroom on the Sabbath.
The Dead Sea Scrolls would be that.
No, that's evidence of a community that didn't go to the bathroom on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
It is not a.
See, this is why you need to read the book that you said for everyone to read, and then I actually read it, and turns out you don't even like it or believe in it or have read it.
Hold on, the first book is 1,000 pages. I read that.
You're gonna need this part. This is 2.
Did you read the first book?
Yes, I've read both.
Wow, you have way too much time on your hands.
No, I don't. I'm a fast reader, and I have, and I have too much time on my hands. No, hey, listen.
English is my third language.
What's number 2?
Number 2 was Turkish, but I forgot it.
Okay. I was gonna say. Last thought for the night. And I think I answered, like, I spoke about it, like articulated myself properly, but the classic question that people have about Judaism is like, why so many rules? And they're not really talking about biblical commandments. They're talking about derabbanans that don't make sense to them. For example, why can't we rip toilet paper on Shabbos?
That's not a derabbanan, that's a doraita.
Right, but like they don't think that. They see that as rabbis.
Yeah, but that's because they don't understand Judaism.
Okay, but their impression is that. How is toilet paper a derisa?
Because you're makebe patish. If you cut it on the perforations, you are completing something that has never been. It is a new act of creation.
But like,
when you cut it on the perforation, you are creating something new that was not actually a thing beforehand.
I don't know though.
What don't you know?
I think you could just very easily say like that doesn't make sense because you're not creating anything new because it's toilet paper.
What does that mean? In what sense can a human being create something new?
But like, for example, if you like took like a sticky note off of like the stack of sticky notes, right?
Right.
You could just like, if you're not versed in the halacha and you don't kind of believe
Yeah,
in
if you
it,
don't think about it, sure. But that's the point. Judaism actually thinks about these things.
it's just hard for people to imagine, like they're reading the Bible, they're reading stories about people that spoke to God, and then to figure that like Eliyahu Navi wasn't using toilet paper the way that, like, you know what I mean? They have a hard time making that connection, and I understand it, even though I know
In the
halakha-
Bible, somebody goes and gathers sticks on the Sabbath and he's stoned to death.
Yeah, I know, but that's more obvious, I think, to people than like
How is that obvious?
I think what people would say is that that's more. They base their problem with their misunderstanding is that they think malacha is doing something physically exhausting.
He
And they
was
could
gathering sticks. How exhausting is that?
You're talking about when Moshe puts him to death, or in
Yes.
Nehemiah? There's
No.
another time in Nehemiah he puts some turnips in a cart and he gets cursed. It's like by the prophet. He doesn't kill him, I don't think, but
I have no idea what you're talking about as far as Nehemiah.
there's a scene when
Nach is for girls.
okay. Yeah. Anyways, so back to God's law, because you seem to not care that much about it. But anyway, as we were saying, it's in the Bible, and I get it. But I just think like there's a real, like, almost like a PR problem of like, when my mom asks me like, can I wipe my ass on the Sabbath? Because like she read something, and I'm like, well, yes, obviously, but like that's not a good reality.
That's because, look, for a person who actually cares and believes that the Torah is divine and believes that this is a tradition that is holy, then you start asking yourself seriously, hey, is this what, like, if this is a commandment from God, then what are the details? And you care about the details. But if you don't think it's a commandment from God, then you can pick and choose and not think, and think the details are silly. But that's because you already think the entire framework is silly, and you're pointing to individual points, right? Like, but so if when somebody asks me something like that, what I often point to, for example, is so using a microphone on the Sabbath, right? This 100 years ago, this was a genuine question. People really wondered, is it allowed or forbidden to use a microphone on the Sabbath, right? And plenty of Rabbanim, including the Chazon Ish, thought that it was permitted. And the Rebbe, who was an engineer, was very against this idea, and he went around and he convinced people, including the Chazon Ish, that no, it is actually forbidden to use a microphone on the Sabbath. Now, 100 years ago, it was impossible to know what a blessing that would be to the Orthodox Jewish community. But when you look at it in retrospect today, and you realize that it has kept synagogues small, that it has kept communities close together, that there are people in Silicon Valley who are not even Jewish, who are taking Sabbaths from their electronics, right?
Yeah.
You see that there's something there that goes beyond human understanding.
But like ripping toilet paper.
Look, if that's your biggest problem, fine, rip toilet paper. Like if that's really your problem, you are 100% sure that, but it's the framework. You're just taking a particular point, But the framework, once you care about the framework, then it also goes down to the details. It's the same thing with the Eruv. Have you seen the Comedy Central thing on Eruvs?
No.
So Comedy Central did a bit on
Heroes, by the way, is the easiest. Like that to me is
Yeah.
like not.
Yeah, it's actually a quite beautiful, like the symbolism and stuff. But like, if you don't care about it, if this isn't something that if you're not bought into the framework, then yeah, you can find all kinds of individual details that you find silly, but that's because you find the entire framework silly.
Yeah.
And
But some
when you
some
buy
people-
into the framework, okay, you want to have a debate about whether or not you can open a can of Pepsi on the Sabbath or not.
Can
Like
you?
there's plenty of things to debate.
Nehemiah Perak Yud Gimel, Sukkim Yud Daled,
Yes.
and on. Oh my God! Remember me favorably for this, and do not blot out the devotion I showed towards the house of my God and its attendants. At the time I saw men in Judah treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and others bringing heaps of grain and loading them onto asses, also wine, grapes, figs, and all sorts of goods, and bringing them into Jerusalem on the Sabbath. I admonished them for selling their provisions. Tyrians who lived there brought fish and all sorts of wares and sold them on the Sabbath to Judahites in Jerusalem. I censured the nobles of Judah, saying to them, "What evil thing is this that you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? And this is what your ancestors did, and for it God brought all this misfortune on the city. And now you have cause for greater wrath against Israel by profaning the Sabbath." Now, what in the world is Nehemiah talking about that's so bad? The answer is obviously carrying and muksa. If you're somebody who basically, to your point, I'm agreeing with you. If you're somebody who thinks that the Bible fell out of the sky and people started reading it and just started figuring things out for themselves, this passage is insane. Why is a prophet of God, a spiritualist, somebody who has goes without saying is a noble and serious guru, lahavdil?
Mm.
Why is the thing that he's admonishing them for putting turnips on a cart? To us, we know why. But to the kind of people that ask the question, it's like legalism. But like I always say, legalism is good if God gives you a law. The prophet knew what he was talking about when he admonished them for selling turnips.
Yep.
Like they had muksa, which is insane to think about, but they did.
And do you know that a cat is muksa, but a dog is not? Do you know why?
Why?
Because when you call a dog, it comes, but when you call a cat, it doesn't come. Capturing animals is what should we call it? Is malacha.
Capturing. Do you know the yeshiva guy gives over a vort video? Have you seen that with the two bears?
Nope.
So I'll tell you the joke that they make there about the avos keeping the Torah. So two guys, yeshivish guy and like a skeptic, the yeshivish bear, he goes, you know, in the Torah, Esau asks Jacob for lentil soup, but Jacob gives him lentil soup and bread. So why did he give him bread? He didn't ask for bread.
Okay.
And the answer is there's machlokas in the Gemara, Masechet Brachos, if lentils are shahakol or mazonos. So just to be safe, Esav washed on bread. And then the other bear says, well, I mean, that doesn't make much sense. Do you think Esav was hip to this machlokas? He was like a bucky and Chachas Brachos. He wanted to be safe.
Yeah.
And the yeshivish guy's like, yeah. And the guy says, so like when you hear that the Avos had the Torah, you think they actually had like the Torah and the Gemara and like all this stuff? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, so did Yaakov Avinu remember Amalek? Yeshivish guy's like, yeah, of course. Okay, like literally. It's like, yeah, Taka. It's like, okay. Well, did he know that his son was alive when he was in Egypt? Like his son, he thinks could be dead. Like, couldn't he just open the Torah that he had in front of him and know that he was alive? And the Yeshivish bear just goes, "You're not a part of our Masorah." Dove got really mad at me for making this joke because he was like, "No, it's true. Like they did keep, they had the Torah," and I was like, "I know, but you see the point."
But that's Taka a good question. Like, why didn't Yaakov know that Yosef was alive?
Because he didn't have the Torah.
He could have just looked in the Torah and it would have told him.
And that's the thing, like about the past 100 years of Orthodoxy is that people just totally, it's like its own religion. Sorry, but they don't really think. Like you bring them a Rav Hirsch or the Netziv or the Ben Ish Chai that all say that they didn't have the Avos. The Avos did not have the Torah Lamaisa. Like obviously
they didn't have the Torah like in the exact same form.
They had the spiritual reality that they could I know the Vart. I've heard it. But the point is that like there are people that think that like Esav washed on bread to be like to be.
Hold on, he did.
This guy's a rapist and a murderer, and he's washing on bread to not make mazon the Bronx bracha. I'm like, it's just like, oh my god, I hate that stuff. Ridiculous.
There's a hyper literalism some people have, which I am very critical of. You have a fez.
Yeah.
What are you doing with a fez?
I don't know. I brought it out earlier with the oud. Also, I was making a joke. I don't know. It's Michael Malice.
Yes.
Did you
not
see,
personally?
Did you see the Michael Malice bit where he had the colorful spinny?
Michael
hat?
Malice has me blocked on Twitter.
Why?
Because I was trolling him.
Okay, that's stupid. But he had like a spinny propeller hat, like a kid wears.
Yeah.
And he wore it on Alex Jones's show or something, or Tim Pool. And if somebody asked him, like Joe Rogan or somebody asked him, like, why were you wearing that? And he was like, anybody that is gonna like turn on the video and see me wearing that hat and then like turn it off and like not listen to what I'm actually saying, like I don't want them around. And that's how I feel when I put on the fez.
I don't know, but I think I want to go to bed.
All right, Yasher Koach, Chag Sameach. Did you light Hanukkah candles?
I did not.
You should.
Should I? Still? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think like B'diavad, you have all night.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm gonna answer Sandy's question. If she's still here. Is Sandy still here?
Sandy's always here.
Sandy's always
not here. She can watch later.
When you learn your new instrument, what is the framework? Any alignment with the history and whatever the expression of music made with it said within the sounds of the culture? There's sort of two questions there. One is how do you learn to play an instrument? And the other is how do I learn to play music on that instrument? Obviously, they're the same question because you're never not making music. When you're practicing, you're making music, and your practicing should be musical. But as far as just learning it, it's like a language. You learn one, you can kind of jump to another kind of easily. The oud is not very different from the guitar. It's a 6-stringed instrument that's played in the way that it is. So it's something I had a little bit of experience doing. It's good to learn scales. It's good to learn, right hand pattern, like picking patterns. And, it's the same on every instrument. You just want good time. You want to play in tune. You want a kind of fluency. You want to be able to play loud and soft. You want to have like a full dynamic range. You want to be able to articulate, play loud notes, very loud, very long, quiet notes, very short, and vice versa. That's true with every instrument. You just learn the basics and sit with the right posture. That's like basic stuff. Whatever instrument you're learning, you'll have to do all of that. As far as aligning yourself with the culture, of course, you got to do the homework. You got to listen to, like for oud, like I got really into my favorite oud players, and that was that. And I like transcribed what they were playing, and I tried to play it along with the record and play in tune with them and play in time with them and play with the same dynamic and the same attitude. And yeah, it's good to pretend like your life depends on actually making the instrument sound good and not just playing the notes. The oud is a beautiful instrument, and Arabic music is good. It's actually from Persia, really, but yeah. So yeah, you got to just do the homework, I guess. That's my answer.
What is it? Half tones?
Yeah, there's like quarter tones and half flats. Like you know, in the West. Can you hear that? There's no way you can hear that.
I hear it.
Really? You can?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, so like in the West, you have right, major, okay, that's happy, and minor, but you also have like that note is in between the major and minor third. You cannot play that note, E half flat, you can't play that note on a piano. That you can play. That you can play. That's in the middle, and you cannot play it on a piano. So yeah, it's that's like the whole thing with this instrument, is that you can play notes that the Western musical instrument they cannot. I guess a violin maybe, but they're just not there. So you have to learn scales that have notes that don't really exist, like B half flat or E half flat or whatever. Yeah, I don't know, it's a good time. I'm still learning. That instrument was a gift, actually. Whatever. Okay, time to sleep. You should light the menorah.
Should I?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, you should light the menorah, and you should think about the fact that God runs the world, and that
God does run the world.
He chose this little nation, and he gave them a Torah, and he gave them Shabbos, and that he gave them tefillin, and that he protected them, and that he put them back in the land of Israel. Snuck that in there. Okay.
Yes, you did.
Later.
Ending the stream.